Chapter 11:22. Dongbua and Qin Yao saw their parents again. The family was reunited, and the group of cosmos gods were in a joyous mood. They were happy to have another great general on their side. After all, Dongbua Shueing dared to enter the ancient sacred world to save someone. Even though his combat strength was at the bottom of level 2 cosmos gods, comparable to Lord Lo Cheng, he might be weaker than Devil Mountain, Primogenitor, and Jade Light Master, but he stood at the apex in sneak attacks, survival, and soul. The group of cosmos gods felt more confident in facing Sacred Master. We should temporarily keep the matter of Snow Eagle becoming a cosmos god a secret. Wu Zhu chuckled. Otherwise, Sacred Master might be able to guess if someone whose soul has dissipated appeared. It is better to keep it a secret. Everyone agreed. After all, Dongbua Shuang was related to another origin world, the Realm Heart, Great Land. If Sacred Master knew about it, he would likely go mad with jealousy. Dongbua Shuang agreed too. This would save him a lot of trouble. Within the primal chaos void, amidst a vast sea of flames, there was an enormous flaming star. This huge flaming star was none other than the primitive sun star. Teacher, the incarnation of Jie Zhu stood in the void, maintaining a distance from that primitive sun star. If this incarnation of his went over, it would likely be incinerated. Teacher, the incarnation of Jie Zhu transmitted over. Who is it? The primitive sun star was huge. But at this moment, an incomparably huge black figure appeared on the surface of the primitive sun star. It occupied approximately 1/3 of the entire primitive sun star. This huge black figure opened its eyes with slight displeasure. Its dark yellow eyes stared at the thin and small incarnation of Jie Zhu in the distant void. "It's you, this little devil?" The voice of the huge black figure rumbled. "What's the matter? Say it." His voice was filled with slight displeasure. He hated being disturbed the most during his sleep. As for his disciples, even though Old Monster Stone had some feelings for his disciples, it was not deep. He knew that when an era passed, a new era would be born after the great destruction of the primal chaos void, and his disciples would die. Even though he always looked forward to his disciple reaching the final realm of Cosmos God, it's a pity he had lived through several eras, and there were quite a few disciples who reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm. But there had never been a final realm Cosmos God. Master. Jie Zhu's incarnation knew that disturbing his master's slumber would make his master unhappy. This was also the reason why he came here after confirming Dongbua Shueing's identity. Dongbua Shueing isn't dead. He's still alive. Dongbua Shueing. Old Monster Stone, who had just woken up, was still in a daze. Hua! The enormous black figure transformed into a thin and small old man. He was even thinner than World Ancestor and looked like a bag of bones. The hunchbacked Old Monster Stone hastily said, "You said that kid didn't die?" But when I looked at the primal chaos void, there wasn't a shred of true spirit left. Unless he obtained the Realm Heart Order and went to the Realm Heart Great Land. Teacher, you know about it? Jie Zhu was startled. He immediately nodded. Right, Dongbua Shueing said that he had relied on the Realm Heart Order to reincarnate into the Realm Heart Great Land. Haha, Old Monster Stone guffawed. His laughter was like rolling thunder that caused the entire sea of fire where the primitive sun star was located to tremble. Who would have thought that he would have such an opportunity? Where is he now? Old Monster Stone said. He was too lazy to look at the primal chaos void again. Furthermore, he could guess that the aura of Dongbua Shueing's soul should have changed after reincarnating. He is in the Blade Emperor City. The incarnation of Jie Zhu answered. Let me go and have a look. Old Monster Stone was in a relatively good mood. After all, he was heavily injured because of Dongbua Shueing. Now that he was still alive, he felt that the world was mystical. Old Monster Stone took a step before disappearing. When he appeared again, Old Monster Stone had arrived at the Blade Emperor City. The region of the Blade Emperor city was much smaller, and Old Monster Stone immediately discovered that group of cosmos gods. Blade Emperor city, within the Azure Lake Palace. Above the lake, a figure condensed. He was none other than Old Monster Stone. Amen. Blade Emperor Wu Zhu, Jie Zhu, Sword Master, Jade Light Master, Devil Mountain Primogenitor, Dongbua Shuang, and others were greatly startled. This was the place where Blade Emperor stayed, and it was heavily guarded. Even Sacred Master could not teleport here. Haha, even if it is the ancient sacred world, I can enter and leave whenever I want. Old Monster Stone held onto his walking stick as he walked through the void. Wu Zhu, Blade Emperor, and the others felt the pressure. Senior Stone. Dongbua Shuang said with shock. He had seen Old Monster Stone before, but that time he was still at the Primal Chaos realm and could not discern how strong Old Monster Stone was. Fellow cultivators, there is no need to worry. This is my teacher. Dressed in green robes, the thin and small Jie Zhu stood up with a smile. Jie Zhu's teacher. Everyone was startled and enlightened. Snow Eagle, are you acquainted with him? Forefather Tian, you transmitted. Sword Master Wu Zhu, Blade Emperor, and others were still watching solemnly. They could feel the terrifying aura from Old Monster Stone. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Old Monster Stone looked at Dongbua Shuang before nodding slightly. Since the other cosmos gods had ascertained the identity of Dongbua Shuang and the Senior Stone, that he addressed the other party as Senior Stone, Old Monster Stone was even more certain that this brat in front of him was indeed Dongbua Shuang. What a pity! Old Monster Stone shook his head. I originally wanted to take you in as my disciple. Yet, who would have thought that you would head to the Realm Heart, Great Land first? I am not specialized in the Mirage and Illusory realm, and even if I took you in as my disciple, I would merely be giving you some guidance. In the Realm Heart Great Land, you can get much more guidance on cultivation techniques than what I can get here. It seems we are not fated to be teacher and disciple. He wanted to take me in as his disciple? Dongbua Shuang was startled. By the side, Jie Zhu looked at Dongbua Shuang and explained, Younger brother Dongbua, the Cinnabar inheritance was created by my teacher. Since you could create the 10th transformation of Cinnabar, my teacher wanted to take you in as his disciple. It's just that some unforeseen event occurred, and you went to the Realm Heart, Great Land. Teacher, Jie Zhu chuckled. You might not know this, but even though it hasn't been long since Dongbua went to the Realm Heart Great Land, his strength has improved tremendously. This time he infiltrated the ancient sacred world, Jie Zhu briefly explained. Actually, I was lucky this time. Dongbua Shuang added. I prepared carefully, yet the legendary ancient sacred incarnation did not appear. Hence, things became much easier for me. Ancient sacred incarnation? Old Monster Stone gave a strange chuckle. That time when I knew you had died and the disciple I chose was gone. How could I let that young devil off so easily? Hence, I killed my way over and fought with him in the ancient sacred world. Given my strength, that young devil could not threaten me at all if I did not use the ancient sacred incarnation. Hence, he risked his life, and the two of us fought. I was injured, but the ancient sacred incarnation of that young devil was also exhausted. Later on, I found out that the reason why you were captured by Sacred Master was related to that Mount Chime. Hence, I acted and pinched that treacherous little bastard Mount Chime to death. Dongbua Shuang still had a look of understanding. When he heard the last part, he was startled. Mount Chime is dead? He was still thinking of taking revenge. But even now, he could not find the avatar of Mount Chime. My path of cultivation is different from Sacred Master. I have reached the final realm of Cosmos God in the body cultivation lineage. In the future, I wanted to break through the origin world by myself and step into the next level. Old Monster Stone chuckled. I seek for myself. Hence, my techniques are slightly more unique. In the primal chaos void, I can exist anywhere, and I can investigate every single place. Even though that avatar of Mount Chime could hide, as long as he is in this origin world, it can't hide. Wu Zhu, Blade Emperor, and the others were slightly startled. This was a true senior. After reaching the final realm of Cosmos God, one had to advance to another level. Their techniques were even more unfathomable. Sacred Master, that young devil, is thinking of ways to grasp the supreme law. Old Monster Stone said, but it is impossible for him to do so in this era. Young devil? Teacher already knows that he is a destruction devil? Jiazu asked. He has revealed his true body this time? Old Monster Stone nodded when he saw that the destruction devils are born from the primal chaos void. They are born for the sake of destruction. Only by transcending to the Cosmos God realm could they escape from the influence of the desire for destruction. He is even more amazing for reaching the final realm of Cosmos God with the body of a destruction devil. Reaching this stage, he naturally desires to take the final step and grasp the supreme law. To him, there are fewer experts in the early stages of an era. Hence, his schemes still have some hope. As time goes by, more and more Cosmos gods will emerge in an era. All of them will stand on the opposite side of him. As time goes by, the number of opponents he has will be higher, and his chances of success will be lower. Old Monster Stone said, naturally, the battle with me has consumed the accumulated power of his ancient sacred incarnation. In this era, his chances of success are slim. I reckon he understands this point too. It is all thanks to Senior. Wu Zhu said, otherwise I'm afraid there would be more wars. Haha, he is from the same origin world as me. Old Monster Stone guffawed. If I were to step into the next level, I would also want to control this origin world. Even though the path he takes is different, he similarly wants to control this origin world. If he succeeds, given his personality, I would most likely be doomed. Hence, I would act in the dark during every crucial moment. Like that time when the primitive ancient sacred world was shattered, I acted in the dark. Is that so? The group of Cosmos gods present was startled. Both of them had reached the final realm, and both wanted to take the final step. Hence, they did not wish for the other party to succeed. All right, rest assured. Sacred Master, that devil child, Sacred Master will not jump around. You all have more experts, and he no longer has the ancient sacred incarnation to rely on. At most, he would stir up some trouble before the great apocalypse. I guess he is already planning for the next era. Old Monster Stone sighed. Today, I will accompany you little fellows for a chat. I plan to go back to sleep. I might wake up when the great apocalypse arrives. You all should properly cultivate. Your most important enemy isn't Sacred Master, but yourselves. It's yourselves. Old Monster Stone looked at them. This primal chaos void is like a huge ship that is about to sink. Don't think that it is far away. The further it goes, the faster the expansion of the primal chaos void will become. More destruction devils will be born, and the day of the great apocalypse will arrive faster. The day of the great apocalypse is likely much earlier than what you all have predicted. Old Monster Stone said, it is better for you all to work hard and cultivate. If you aren't strong enough, the moment this ship sinks will be the moment all of you die. I am used to seeing the apocalypse of an era and the extinction of all sentient beings. Everyone present felt their hearts trembling. Great apocalypse, Senior, how long is our primal chaos void from the great apocalypse? Wu Zhu asked. Dongbua Shueing and the others looked nervously at Old Monster Stone. In terms of experience, Old Monster Stone was the most experienced. Amen, Old Monster Stone muttered to himself. At the same time, his consciousness rippled across the entire primal chaos void. The next chapter had yet to be sorted out. Today would be the last chapter. Chapter 11:23. Before this, Dongbua Shueing and the others viewed Sacred Master as their greatest enemy. Only now did they understand that their greatest enemy was time. When the time came, the great apocalypse of the primal chaos void would wipe them out. Dongbua Shueing had avatars in the realm Heart Great Land that could survive. But in the future, even if he were to use the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, he would not be able to reincarnate and would be rejected by the primal chaos void in the next era. It isn't too long. Old Monster Stone looked at the group of cosmos gods in front of him before glancing at Dongbuyu and Dongbuqin Yao, who were suppressing their shock. Only then did he say, "The primal chaos void is expanding faster and faster. Under the situation where all of you can resist against the destruction devils, it should be around 15 trillion to 20 trillion years." What? So short? Everyone present was greatly startled. Dongbua Shueing had a heaven-defying talent, yet he spent 1 trillion years before becoming a cosmos god. Sword Master's expression changed. So short! His comprehension ability was extremely high. Even if he did not temper himself outside, he still spent close to 20 trillion years in closed-door cultivation to reach the peak of Level 2 Cosmos God. Sword Master understood that he had to break through several bottlenecks before he could reach the final realm of Cosmos God. Fusing every branch was a huge obstacle, and finally fusing all branches back together would be the hardest to deduce the Tao of Slaughter to the final realm. No wonder. Sword Master still remembered the words Sacred Master once told him. "I hope you can reach the 3rd level before the final limit. That way, the world will be more interesting." Sacred Master was similar to Old Monster Stone. They had lived for more than a single era and could deduce the approximate time limit of the Great Apocalypse. Within this time limit, Sacred Master felt that Sword Master was the only person who had a chance of succeeding. As for others, in the eyes of Sacred Master, there was no hope at all. So short, Dongbua Shueing became anxious. "My Tao of Void has broken through to the Cosmos God realm in all 9 branches. My accumulations are deep, and I believe it isn't hard for me to step into the Level 2 Cosmos God realm. But in order to reach the final realm, I have to fuse all 9 branches together. Fusing 2 branches is difficult. 3 branches for branches, every step is a threshold." Dongbua Shueing softly shook his head. Even his teacher, Southern Cloud King, who created the Avatar technique and the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, was similarly trapped at the Level 2 Cosmos God realm. As for the Tao of Mirage, it is much harder than the Tao of Void. Dongbua Shueing sighed. At the very least, there were still books for the Tao of Void. There were some who reached the final realm in the Tao of Void in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. For instance, Emperor Summer, in the Mirage and Illusory Realm, the strongest in Realm Heart Great Land was merely at the Level 2 Cosmos God realm. The group of Cosmos Gods felt confused. Many thoughts flashed across their minds. Old Monster Stone shook his head slightly when he saw that. He was used to it. An era had passed, and these fellows before him were probably no longer around. "Senior Stone," Dongbua Shueing said, "does Senior know of the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique?" Old Monster Stone nodded. "Living until now, I have met several outsiders who relied on the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to come to our origin world. I have chatted with some of them before. If one cultivates the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique, one could bring others to another origin world. After the next era is born in our hometown, would they return? Is that feasible?" Dongbua Shueing asked. "Firstly, the Great Destruction Realm teleportation is inherently difficult. Yet you still want to bring others along?" Old Monster Stone shook his head and sneered. "According to what I know, it is extremely difficult to bring others along with you. Secondly, if you leave, the primal chaos void would give birth to a new era after the Great Apocalypse. By then, you would be an outsider, and you would be suppressed and rejected." Old Monster Stone said, "Unless you are like me and Sacred Master, who had to endure through the Great Apocalypse. When the new era is born in the primal chaos void, we would be part of it. Only then would we not be rejected. Rejected? Dongbua Shui-ing softly nodded. He understood. The moment he was suppressed, he could only unleash his strength at the primal chaos realm. But he had an avatar in the realm heart great land, and he could continue cultivating there. As for his wife and the others, the strongest they could reach was the primal chaos realm. The problem is, I can bring others along with me through the great destruction realm teleportation. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Most likely, he had to reach the final realm in the Tao of Void before he could barely bring others along. Senior, Wu Zhu asked, are there any Eden treasures, inner cosmos, portable space, and other techniques that allow one to bring others along and survive through the great apocalypse? If it were possible, my disciples from the previous eras wouldn't have died. Old Monster Stone shook his head. The great apocalypse of the primal chaos void is the destruction of all living beings by the supreme law. Unless you can hide outside the origin world where the supreme law can't reach. Wu Zhu softly nodded. He felt slightly sad. He had guessed it, just that he was unwilling. Even if he was fortunate enough to reach the final realm, what about the people he cared about? Unless I can only live alone after reaching the final realm. Wu Zhu thought about how old Monster Stone and Sacred Master were all alone. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Cultivate properly. Time is short. In my opinion, Dongbua Shui-ing, Sword Master, the two of you are cultivating fast enough, and there is a strand of hope for you. The others might not have much hope, but there might be a miracle. Old Monster Stone sighed. Cultivate properly. I hope that one of you can be with me during the great apocalypse to observe the realm of apocalypse and the scene of a new origin, world being born. Saying that, Old Monster Stone turned around and left. He stepped on the void and disappeared. He went back to the primitive sun star to sleep, and the cosmos gods present felt complicated. Sword Master and Dongbua Shui-ing were recognized as having a strand of hope. The others had little hope. Ancient sacred world. On the black stone bed, Sacred Master sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His heart was calm, yet many thoughts were flashing in his mind. Currently, there are more and more experts appearing in this era. I could not even capture that mysterious expert in my ancient sacred world, and it is hard for me to obtain his cultivation technique. Even during the Great Apocalypse, the accumulation of ancient sacred incarnations is still too little. This era is considered to have lost. I should wait for the next era. In the next era, I'll fight again. Sacred Master calmed his heart and cultivated. After experiencing the battle at the ancient sacred world, Sacred Master became more low profile. Just like that, 10 billion years passed silently, and in the realm heart, great land. In the southern cloud nation, Monarch Feishua was famous. His name shook the Black Devil 4 nations, and nobody dared to provoke him. Dongbua Shui-ing had always been cultivating. After all, the primal chaos void at his hometown was expanding continuously. It was getting closer to the great apocalypse. That huge ship at his hometown was gradually sinking, forcing Dongbua Shui-ing to not dare to relax. He had to reach the final realm before the great apocalypse. Chi. Within the newly constructed cultivation room, there was a flask of fruit wine being warmed. The white-robed young man, Dongbua Shui-ing, sat there drinking from his wine cup. He was deep in thought. Surrounding him were many worlds that resembled paintings. They would occasionally be born and rotating, and would occasionally be destroyed and dissipated. Amen? What is happening? Suddenly, an unseen ripple swept across the land. It directly permeated into the cultivation room and swept across Dongbua Shui-ing. Even though the ripple was mysterious, Dongbua Shui-ing could still sense it. He could not help but feel his heart palpitating, causing terror to form in him. Chapter 11:24. Dongbua Shui-ing was inwardly startled. He relied on the void to sense that strand of fluctuation that swept across. Such a huge range. The moment he sensed it, Shui-ing was startled. Even with his perception of the void, he could sense that the ripple was boundless. If Emperor Summer or Ancestor Fan or some other invincible existences were to descend in their true bodies, the pressure they exerted might have left him feeling a sense of fear. But now, just a strand of boundless fluctuation swept across, and it made him, a cosmos god, feel terrified, unless Dongbua Shui-ing had some guesses in his heart. His eyes brightened. He could not care about anything else. The cultivation room door opened. Dongbua Shui-ing immediately left the Feishua city and headed to the Southern Cloud capital to meet his teacher, Southern Cloud King. Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Emperor Tsang City. A male with messy hair who carried a god sword on his back appeared on the peak of a mountain. He looked towards the east. Has it finally opened since I became a great paragon? I have waited for a long time. Within another residence within Emperor Tsang City, a mutated beast which was lying on many jade-green, crystal jades in deep slumber suddenly opened its eyes. Following that, it transformed into a jade-green robed girl. She chuckled as she looked to the distance. The opportunity has finally arrived. Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Primogenitor Ancient Nation, Myriad Realms Ancient Nation, Towering Sky Ancient Nation, Moonflower Ancient Nation, and Icy Snow Ancient Nation. Many powerful existences in the 6 great ancient nations sensed it. Even many experts in Tier 2 and Tier 3 nations sensed this fluctuation. Amen. Within a grand ancient city, a white-robed male sat on a throne, looking downwards. His fingers were lightly tapping on the armrest. He glanced to the distance and muttered, "Only the outer city is opened? How boring. I still thought that another war of the ancient nations would start. Previously, those 2 old men from the Primogenitor Ancient Nation made me suffer a huge loss. I haven't had the chance to repay them." This white-robed male closed his eyes. Below his throne, there seemed to be endless water surging. Amidst the water, there were many tiny cities with many sentient beings living within. Southern Cloud Capital. Monarch. Empyrean. When Dongbua Shui-ing arrived at the palace guards were extremely respectful towards him. Currently, the Southern Cloud Nation had 4 great monarchs. They were Monarch Feishua, Monarch Chanyu, Monarch Greedypung, and Monarch Skyeen, of which Monarch Feishua-ing Shan Snow Eagle was publicly acknowledged as the strongest of the 4 great monarchs in the Southern Cloud Nation. In fact, there were even rumors that Emperor Feishua was no weaker than the Emperor of the Maple Nest Kingdom or the Emperor of the Fire Zhao Kingdom. He was not any weaker than the king of a Tier 2 nation. One could imagine his current status, and the status of the Yingshan clan would rise along with it. Dongbua Shui-ing soon arrived at his master's place of cultivation, beside the deep pool. On the black grass plains, the black-robed Southern Cloud King sat cross-legged here. "Master," Dongbua Shui-ing called out, "have you felt it?" Southern Cloud King chuckled. "Amen," Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. "Is it that legendary god palace?" Southern Cloud King nodded. "Right, it is the Realm Heart God Palace." The pupils of Dongbua Shui-ing dilated. The Realm Heart God Palace was named after the Great Land. From this, one could see how unique it was. It was located deep underground at the center of the ocean that surrounded the entire Realm Heart Great Land, the Black Prison Yin Sea. According to rumors, it was located at the center of the entire Realm Heart Great Land. It was also the origin of all chaos and mysteries in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Ever since the birth of the Realm Heart Great Land, many huge conflicts, including the First and Second War of the Ancient Nations, are all because of it. Southern Cloud King sighed. "It has also made me crazy over it." Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing felt his blood boiling at this moment. Many secret techniques in the Realm Heart great land were perfected, even though experts were as common as clouds. It was too exaggerated for them to be perfected to such an extent. Like secret treasures, many secret treasures were refined to perfection. They could allow cultivators to fight against those of a higher realm. Even with the guidance of scriptures, final realm cosmos gods could still obtain secret treasures, greatly boosting their strength and reaching the unparalleled realm. How could such secret treasures be refined by a cosmos god? That's right, secret treasures that even level 3 cosmos gods, final realm, desired were also known as supreme graded secret treasures. It was said that they contained some usage of the supreme law. Only the most transcendental existence in the entire realm heart, great land, Yuan, could refine them. Many refinement techniques and cultivation techniques were perfected to such an extent because Yuan left behind many cultivation techniques. Secret treasures, cultivation techniques, unique materials, everything was placed in the Realm Heart God Palace by Yuan. The Realm Heart God Palace is separated into an inner city and an outer city. Southern Cloud King sighed. Usually when it opens, it will be the outer city. Like this time, only the outer city is opened. But if it were to open the inner city, many unparalleled existences, level 3 cosmos gods, those old fellows who lived in seclusion, and those terrifying experts who reincarnated would appear and kill their way in. That would be truly frightening. When the inner city opens, precious treasures would appear. If some unique secret treasures were brought out, it might even incite a great war between unparalleled existences. Southern Cloud King said, the first and second war of the ancient nations happened precisely because the treasures brought out from the Realm Heart God Palace were too attractive. Dongbua Shui-ing softly nodded. Previously, when you participated in the competition between the 3 clans, that Origin Realm God Palace was originally one of the treasures in the Realm Heart God Palace. During the Second War of the Ancient Nations, it was snatched away by the 3 old ancestors from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Southern Cloud King said, during the Second War of the Ancient Nations, the treasures that were snatched from the Origin Realm God Palace couldn't even be ranked in the top 5. Dongbua Shui-ing also knew that there were quite a few unparalleled existences that fell in history. In history, the number of times the inner city opened could be counted with 2 hands. Southern Cloud King said, no matter if it is the inner city or the outer city, there are only 39 slots to enter. Southern Cloud King sighed. If the inner city were to open, everyone would fight to be the first to enter. Unparalleled existences would definitely be able to enter. Even level 3 cosmos gods and great paragons might not be confident of entering. Your teacher, I, has only managed to enter the inner city once, and that was by relying on my many avatars. My speed is fast enough. What about the slots for the outer city? Is there any way to enter? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. The outer city was sufficient. The inner city would attract more unparalleled existences. Even though the rewards in the outer city could not be compared to the inner city, most of them could reach the final realm. For instance, top-graded secret treasures and other treasures would occasionally appear that would make unparalleled existences jealous. Even though there are relatively fewer treasures when the outer city is opened, unparalleled existences would most likely enter. Southern Cloud King said, the 6 great ancient nations are working together to monopolize all opportunities to enter. Because it is just the outer city, some terrifying old fellows in Realm Heart Great Land would not dare to work together. Hence, nobody could defy the alliance of the 6 great ancient nations. You want to enter? Southern Cloud King softly shook his head. It will be difficult. The other 4 great ancient nations are weaker, and the slots are limited. They would not give any to experts from outside the nation. The Myriad Realms Ancient Nation and Summerwind Ancient Nation have slightly more slots, but several unparalleled existences would likely enter. Emperor Summer has avatars, and he would practically enter every single time. There are very few slots that he is willing to take out. According to what I know, Other than the 3 great clans in the Summer Wind ancient nation, there are many other clans. Hence, Emperor Summer would usually take out 3 to 4 slots for the cultivators within the nation to compete for it. You are an upper honored guest from the Fan Clan and are qualified to participate, but just 3 to 4 slots. Do you know which experts would be competing for it? They are not great paragons from the 3 great clans. Great paragons from the 3 great clans who did not get a slot could also participate. Other than great paragons, there are many other level 2 cosmos gods. Snow Eagle, in my opinion, it is better for you to cultivate properly. Southern Cloud King chuckled. Currently, the chances of you competing for it are small. Once you reach the level 2 cosmos god realm and have a top-graded secret treasure, it won't be hard for you to get it. It is still too early for you to cultivate. There is no rush. No rush? He was extremely anxious. If he missed this opportunity, his hometown might be destroyed the next time the Realm Heart God Palace opened. Can contribution points be exchanged? Dongbua Shui-ing asked. No, this isn't within the scope of exchange. Southern Cloud King shook his head. Chapter 11:25. Do you really wish to enter? Southern Cloud King looked at his disciple. I'll do my best. Dongbua Shui-ing answered. Southern Cloud King softly nodded. He immediately transmitted a detailed report to Dongbua Shui-ing. This is a detailed report regarding the Realm Heart God Palace. Take a look yourself. Also, if you wish to enter, you have to rush to the Summer Wind capital within 3 days. Many thanks, teacher. Dongbua Shui-ing soon finished reading through the report after receiving it. Summer Wind capital. It was flourishing and prosperous. Dongbua Shui-ing had already arrived. Even though he had to reach the Summer Wind capital within 3 days, in reality, even though the Realm Heart God Palace was gradually opening, the process was extremely slow. It would last for a full 100,000 years. Most likely, that senior Yuan who walked further ahead on the path of cultivation did so to give the experts in Realm Heart Great Land sufficient time to decide on the quotas. The 6 great ancient nations are too powerful. 39 quotas have all been occupied by them. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. According to the report given by his teacher, the Summer Wind ancient nation occupied 12 quotas. Usually, the 3 great clans in Summer Wind ancient nation would each have 2 quotas. That's 6 spots. Emperor Summer, Emperor San, and Ancestor Fan would usually have 2 of them enter. Occasionally, all 3 would enter. Hence, the remaining 3 or 4 quotas would be taken out for a fair competition. Those who were qualified to participate in the competition had to rely on the 3 great clans. Those big and small clans in Summer Wind ancient nation relied on the 3 great clans too. For instance, honored guests like Dongbua Shui-ing relied on the Fan clan. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to participate in the competition. To participate in the competition, one had to head to the Summer Wind capital Royal Palace within 3 days and take the initiative to do so. Those who exceeded 3 days would no longer be qualified to participate. South Dongbua Shui-ing arrived at the main entrance of the Royal Palace. Naturally, a guard came to welcome him. Monarch Feishue, why are you here? Regarding the matter regarding the Realm Heart God Palace, Dongbua Shui-ing answered. Monarch wants to participate too? Yes. Monarch, please follow me. The guard was already familiar with this, because they had been informed that this snow eagle was not the first to participate in the competition. Flying within the royal palace, after a while, arriving at a dark hall, a yellow-robed old man sat cross-legged in the depths of the hall. In front of the yellow-robed old man was a long table with scrolls placed on it. Elder Xia, Dongbua Shui-ing came forward. He was relatively familiar with this Elder Summer. Previously, when he accepted the chaotic origin Dao scroll inheritance, it was Elder Summer who received him. Elder Summer was the array spirit of the royal palace. The energy he could mobilize within the royal palace was sufficient to fight against unparalleled existences. There were many things that Emperor Xia put Elder Xia in charge of. As the spirit of the formation, he was powerful and loyal, willing to bear the burden without complaint. However, at his level he had emotions too. Hence, even the disciples of the Xia clan did not dare to offend this Elder Xia. It's Monarch Feishuet. Monarch Feishuet also wishes to enter the Realm Heart God Palace? The yellow-robed old man opened his eyes and smiled at Dongbu Shuang. Yes. Dongbu Shuang nodded. Imperial Lord, you can choose a scroll at will, said the yellow-robed elder. There are all sorts of missions on the scroll, and the mission time limit is 90,000 years. After 90,000 years, those ranked in the top 4 in terms of contribution points will get a slot. Dongbu Shuang felt delighted when he heard that. For slots, it seemed that this time only 2 out of Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsang, and Ancestor Fan would be entering. For slots were given out for them to compete for. Many thanks. Dongbu Shuang came forward to receive the scroll. He immediately bowed and left. Taking the scroll represented that he was participating in the competition. Monarch Feishuet is participating too. Southern Cloud Nation's Monarch Feishuet. Within the royal palace, there were many protectors and female attendants. They witnessed everything and were stealthily transmitting the information out. Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Within a courtyard, there was a surging, blazing red lake. There was currently an enormous being seated within the lake. As he sat there, his chest was above the lake. His arms were half the size of the lake. His enormous single-horned head was emitting a terrifying, blazing aura. Paragon Master, a graceful red-robed girl, respectfully bowed. She was also a cosmos god. The royal palace has sent news that the head of the 4 great monarchs in the Southern Cloud Nation, Monarch Feishuet, has also participated in the contest for the slots. This is already the 12th participant. Shan Snow Eagle that brought. That enormous single-horned head shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with disdain. He isn't a cause for worry. Even if he broke through to the level 2 Cosmos God realm, he doesn't have any top-graded secret treasures, and his threat is extremely low. The ones who pose the greatest threat to me are those few Paragon Masters in our Summer Wind Ancient Nation, or the experts within the 3 great clans. Continue paying attention to them. Yes, Paragon Master. The graceful, red-robed girl respectfully acknowledged before retreating. This single-horned expert closed his eyes. His cultivation had reached the final bottleneck of fusing all 10 branches of the Tao of Fire together. Of the 10 branches, he had fused 9. He was just 1 branch away from stepping into the final realm of Cosmos God. I've already reached the bottleneck. This final bottleneck is the hardest to break through. I have to rely on external forces. This time, I have to get a slot in the Realm Heart God Palace. There are many opportunities within the Realm Heart God Palace, and as long as I'm lucky, I might be able to obtain one, greatly increasing my chances of breaking through. The single-horned expert thought, if he were a member of the 3 great clans, the 3 great clans would definitely allocate a slot to him when he reached such a crucial period in his cultivation. But because of the arrogance deep in his bones, he was merely an honored guest elder of the Tsang clan. He was none other than one of the Paragon Masters, Great Paragon, within the Summer Wind Ancient Nation that was independent from the 3 great clans, Fire Devil Paragon Master. The news of Monarch Feishuet Shan Snow Eagle participating in the contest for the slots to enter the Realm Heart God Palace soon reached the ears of those who were interested. Amongst them, there were cosmos gods from the 3 great clans who did not get a slot, and there were also experts like Fire Devil Paragon Master who did not belong to the 3 great clans. The threat is extremely low, just an upper honored guest. Various parties did not care about this news. Dongbu Shuang's strength was considered ordinary amongst the many experts participating in the contest. Furthermore, he came from outside the nation and did not have a strong background. How could the background of Southern Cloud King compare to the background of the three great clans? There were a bunch of paragon masters, great paragons, within the three great clans. On another side of the realm heart, great land, at a region far away from the summer wind ancient nation, it was slightly closer to the myriad realms ancient nation. It was a Tier 2 nation that was truly chaotic and terrifying, the Western Floating Nation. Western Floating Nation. Within a private room of a restaurant, a white-robed young man was currently drinking wine and eating the famous delicacies of this restaurant. Delicious, delicious. Amen, amen. The taste here is indeed different from that of the Southern Cloud and Summer Wind ancient nation. He was immersing himself in eating. He was enjoying himself. Delicacies were considered a rare hobby of his. Snow Eagle. A transmission came. Teacher, Dongbua Shue, Ing immediately replied. 3 days are up. This time there are a total of 21 cosmos gods from the Summer Wind ancient nation participating in the contest, of which there are 3 paragon masters, 9 venom religion master, fire devil paragon master, and great paragon Fui from the Summer clan. At the same time when Southern Cloud King transmitted the message, he also transmitted the detailed information of the other 20 participants other than Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang's expression changed slightly. It was fine for 9 venom religion master and fire devil paragon master. Even though they were paragon masters who owned top-graded secret treasures, in terms of influence and deterrence, they were still lacking by an entire level compared to Great Paragon Fui from the Summer clan. The fame of Great Paragon Fui was not any weaker than that of his teacher, Southern Cloud King. Chapter 11:26. At the level of supremacy, although there was little difference in strength, there was still a difference in strength. Invincible existences couldn't kill those who were a level higher. For instance, Southern Cloud King, Great Paragon Fui, Skyrending Great Paragon, and the Great Religion Master from the Black Devil Great Lake, Yama Religion Master, were one of them. Only then were they qualified to be absolute overlords in the realm heart Great Land. The invincible existences did not dare to underestimate them. They dared to proclaim themselves hegemons over an area, and even some devils from the Black Devil Great Lake dared to enter the Summer Wind ancient nation to wreak havoc. Why? It was because he had the Yama cult master as his backer. When they reached this level, there was no need to worry. They could shed all pretense of cordiality with invincible existences. Being one of the top 10 great religions, the Southern Cloud sacred religion earned a huge sum of cosmos crystals, causing unparalleled existences to become envious. They even acted against the Southern Cloud King. Southern Cloud King had proven through direct combat that he could stand tall and not fall. Even though there wasn't much of a difference in strength, they still wouldn't be able to survive in front of an invincible existence. This was the predicament that most supremacies faced. There was no other way. A peak-level secret treasure would only improve one aspect. For instance, a domain-related secret treasure could only raise one's domain strength to the level 3 Cosmos God realm. A level 2 Cosmos God who merely had a powerful domain would still die when facing an unparalleled existence. In terms of the number of supremacies, the Fan clan had 6, the Summer clan had 9, and the Tsan clan had 7. But those who dared say unparalleled existences could not be killed could be counted with one's fingers in the entire Summer Wind ancient nation. Across the entire realm heart Great Land, such absolute overlords were rare. Great Paragon Fui is one of the top 9 great paragons of the Xia clan. Dongbua Shuang was speechless. It wouldn't be difficult for him to ask for a slot, but he is here to compete. With his status, even if it's for the sake of face, the Xia clan will definitely help him fight for a spot. Snow Eagle, have you chosen your mission? Southern Cloud King asked. I'm done. Dongbua Shuang waved his hand, and a scroll appeared on the table. The scroll rolled open, and there were many missions written on it. Each mission corresponded to a great contribution. There were hundreds of missions. Among them, there were 50 assassination missions. There were 12 targets that were at the supremacy level. The reward for successfully killing it ranged from 30,000 to 80,000 great merit points. The other 38 missions involved killing level 2 cosmos gods, and the contribution points awarded ranged from 3,000 to 30,000. Next was the unique treasure mission. All sorts of treasures could be exchanged for mission credits. For example, the highest ranked broken teeth serpent pearl could be exchanged for 200,000 merit points. Broken teeth snake pearl? I'm afraid all the 6 great ancient countries would want it. Just one broken teeth serpent bead, and all the 6 great ancient countries would be willing to pay a huge price and even give up a slot. Dongbua Shue Ing sighed inwardly. The broken teeth serpent pearl originated from the Broken Teeth mountain range. The number 1 treasure ground in Realm Heart Great Land was none other than the Realm Heart God Palace. And the most dangerous place in Realm Heart Great Land was none other than the Broken Teeth mountain range. If one looked from the sky, they would see that the highest peak of the Broken Teeth mountain range was actually a broken tooth. These teeth were incomparably majestic, and this was also the reason why the entire mountain range was named Broken Teeth Mountain Range. The Broken Teeth mountain range occupied a vast area. It could be said to be boundless and was equivalent to 3 summer wind ancient nations. The entire Broken Teeth mountain range was filled with dangers. According to rumors, 2 unparalleled existences had fallen within the Broken Teeth mountain range. But many final realm cosmos gods and unparalleled existences still entered to investigate. According to rumors, the most famous item in the Broken Teeth mountain range was the Broken Teeth serpent pearl. Anyone who obtained a Broken Teeth serpent pearl would immediately become an esteemed guest of any of the 6 great ancient nations, and could easily exchange for all sorts of benefits. Hence, many cultivators risked their lives to enter the Broken Teeth mountain range. There were also those who were chased after and escaped into the Broken Teeth mountain range. The majority died within. Only a few survived, and some were fortunate enough to obtain precious treasures. The target I have chosen is a devil from the Western Floating Nation. Dongbua Shue Ing transmitted. Western Floating Nation? Amen, be careful. Rest assured, teacher. Dongbua Shue Ing looked at the scroll that he unfolded. Of the 50 targets on the scroll, 5 were from the Western Floating Nation. Even though the Western Floating Nation was a nation, in reality, it was a place where devils gathered. Even though the environment was not as bad as the Black Devil Great Lake, the number of devils here was not any lesser than the Black Devil Great Lake. The strongest and highest status here was the Western Floating Nation King, but he usually called himself Western Floating Old Ancestor. Western Floating Old Ancestor was also an absolute overlord of a region. He often fought head-on with the Myriad Realms' ancient nation. He was incredibly arrogant, and he would occasionally send his subordinates to wreak havoc in the other 5 great ancient nations. Western Floating Old Ancestor was someone the 6 great ancient nations wanted to kill, but it's a pity that they could not kill him. As the Myriad Realms' ancient nation was close to the Western Floating Nation, they had sent many experts to kill the other party, causing many deaths in the Western Floating Nation. It's a pity that Western Floating Old Ancestor did not care. He was similar to the Snowhook King. The Snowhook King did not give the Summer Wind ancient nation any face, but the Snowhook King himself was not a devil. It was just that his personality was too arrogant. As for the Western Floating Nation, there were many devils. For the mission this time, the Summer Wind ancient nation had designated 5 higher-ups on their side. Naturally, it was impossible for them to place a bounty on Western Floating Old Ancestor, since he was someone unparalleled existences could not kill. One was the second-ranked expert from the Western Floating Nation, and he was also a Paragon Master. Broken Sky, Paragon Master. The other four were the four vicious of Western Floating. How would I dare to target Broken Sky, Paragon Master? The four vicious of Western Floating are comparable to me in strength. Now that the Realm Heart God Palace has opened, the devils in the Western Floating Nation should have guessed that they would be placed on a bounty. Hence, they would definitely be cautious. This is also their territory. If they were to encounter any danger, they would most likely be saved by Western Floating Old Ancestor or Broken Sky Paragon Master. It is extremely difficult to kill them. Dongbua Shui Ing understood this point. With my strength, it is only Devil Monarch Wind Moon that I can counter and eliminate instantly. The moment I kill him, I will immediately escape. Dongbua Shui Ing had the pinnacle of voidification. Hence, he was confident of escaping. Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at the name on the scroll and the bounty of 11,000 contribution points. His eyes were filled with anticipation. According to his experience, he was confident of getting a slot after accumulating 10,000 contribution points, because those who had a bounty on them were extraordinary, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. Go. Dongbua Shui Ing kept the scroll. He immediately stood up. He had already changed his appearance. The pinnacle of voidification could conceal his aura completely. He could easily disguise himself as an ordinary Unity Realm expert. A white-robed young man at the Unity Realm was not worth mentioning in the Western Floating Nation. Even if he was not considered a great expert, he would not be bullied or humiliated. Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Dongbua Shui Ing was searching for him. With the help of Western Floating Old Ancestor, it was temporarily impossible to trace him. The intelligence network of the Southern Cloud Sacred Religion did not discover him either. It seemed that after the Realm Heart God Palace opened, Devil Monarch Wind Moon became low profile. Night. Where could he be? Unleashing the pinnacle of voidification, Dongbua Shui Ing roamed around the residence of Devil Monarch Wind Moon. He felt incredibly puzzled. Devil Monarch Wind Moon loves women the most. Every woman that fell into his hands would be tortured to death. Detailed information regarding Devil Monarch Wind Moon flashed in the mind of Dongbua Shui Ing. He wanted to deduce where Devil Monarch Wind Moon might be hiding. Chapter 11:27. Dongbua Shui Ing was like a hunter. He scoured through Devil Monarch Wind Moon's cavern dwelling, courtyard, and even the places that he frequented according to the intelligence report. Nothing. It seems that this is the worst situation. Dongbua Shui Ing appeared alone in a small, desolate city within a tavern. He was currently enjoying the delicacies and wine. He is still a level 2 Cosmos God expert. Yet he is so frightened the moment the Realm Heart God Palace opens, he doesn't even dare to stay in his cavern dwelling and courtyard. The Western Floating Nation was a famous gathering place for devils across the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Other than the 2 Paragon Masters, Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master. Closely following behind were the 4 Vicious of Western Floating. They were also level 2 Cosmos Gods. Even though they did not have any top-graded secret treasures, they were not easy to deal with since they could cultivate to this stage. Even a High Lord was only 1 level stronger than them. It would be very difficult for them to kill them. Dongbua Shui Ing was naturally far weaker than Paragon Masters, yet he was confident of dealing against Devil Monarch Wind Moon. That was because, by relying on the Devil Emperor Gown, his soul technique could threaten level 2 Cosmos Gods. Of the 4 Vicious of Western Floating, Devil Monarch Wind Moon has a flaw in his heart realm. He is the only one that I am confident of dealing with using my soul technique. Dongbua Shui Ing thought. The other 3, their hearts were not flawed. In terms of soul and willpower, they were not much different from Paragon Masters. They merely lacked a top-graded secret treasure. I have no other way. I can only search through every single location. Dongbua Shui drank as he executed the destructive realm teleportation technique. Using the destructive realm teleportation technique was the dumbest and most direct method. That time, Dongbua Shuang spent 1,000,000,000 years searching for golden-armored graded lairs in the Lost World Corridor. Yet he could not finish searching, because the destructive realm teleportation technique could only sweep through every single location, and its speed was slow. And this time, the time limit for this mission was just 90,000 years. It's a pity that I'm not good at tracing. If I were good at tracing, I would be able to break through all concealment techniques and find my location. That would be amazing. Dongbua Shui sighed inwardly. For instance, Old Monster Stone was very good at tracing. Within an origin world, there was nothing he did not investigate. The vast realm heart, Great Land, was much more formidable than Dongbua Shui when it came to finding traces. Behind him was only his teacher, the Southern Cloud King. Furthermore, he did not wish to trouble his teacher for this matter. Let's take our time. Furthermore, I believe that other than me, there should be experts from other ancient countries eyeing this place. Dongbua Shui was very patient. Time went by. Dongbua Shui broke the world and spied on many places. 3,000 years went by. Night. This demon? In a small courtyard, the white-robed young man, Dongbua Shui, who was drinking alone, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. He had discovered a mansion. In the Eternal Sky mansion that was extremely far away from here. In the underground prison of the mansion, a large number of prisoners were locked up. These prisoners were tortured in batches, and some of them had gone crazy. Yes, a luxurious golden-robed male walked in the underground prison. After those prisoners saw him, the eyes of some of the madmen turned red. They became crazy. Some of the prisoners who were seated calmly gritted their teeth and stared at him. There were even some who were cursing. Magnificent eternal night primogenitor, I am willing to use my life to curse him. Curse this eternal sky devil. Curse him to die. Curse him to die. Eternal sky devil, resentment filled the sky. Many prisoners were staring at him with hatred. The luxurious, golden-robed male revealed a grin. He said to his subordinates behind him, "Very good, continue torturing them. It would be better if the resentment is stronger." Yes, yes, the protectors behind him respectfully acknowledged. The luxurious, golden-robed male extended his hand. His right arm expanded and directly extended into a prison. The prisoners locked up in the prison all suffered from a terrifying devouring force. The prisoners trembled before turning into powder. A dense soul energy filled with resentment flew into the right palm of the luxurious, golden-robed male. His palm contained a bottomless abyss that devoured everything. He walked within the prison and directly devoured the prisoners in some of the prisons that were filled with resentment. Master, a blurry shadow rapidly approached from afar. When it neared, it transformed into a silver-haired old man. The luxurious, golden-robed male continued devouring while revealing a look of anticipation. He asked, "How is it?" "Master, the trillions of citizens in that small city have all been captured alive." The silver-haired old man extended his hand. A golden bracelet could be seen in his palm. "They are all locked up in this Eden treasure." "Good, very good. You have done very well." The luxurious, golden-robed male revealed a look of joy when he saw this. "Next, torture them for me. Torture them viciously. The stronger the resentment, the better." Yes, the silver-haired old man's eyes were filled with anticipation and killing intent. The luxurious, golden-robed male smiled as he extended his hand into another prison. There were some prisoners in that prison as well. Devil, devil. A young girl's eyes turned red. Her entire sect had been captured, and all of them were tortured. Now they were devoured by this devil. Has it finally come to my turn? The young girl murmured, "I hate it. Eternal night, primogenitor. Extreme night, primogenitor. World Annihilation God Emperor, Xia Emperor, all the mighty and supreme existences, I beg of you. I am willing to offer my life and my soul as long as he dies. Just as his hand reached into the prison, suddenly, just as the guards and the silver-haired old man were watching excitedly, the man in the luxurious golden robe suddenly fell to the ground without any warning. Following that, the silver-haired old man and some of the guards also fell to the ground, no longer making a sound. Boom! All the prisoners in the underground prison, including the golden bracelet, were instantly forcibly teleported away. In a wilderness extremely far away from here, many prisoners and the countless citizens of the golden bracelet appeared. The prisoners' seals were all lifted. The prisoners who had been filled with resentment and hatred now looked around in astonishment. They were surrounded by a vast expanse of the night sky. We're out. We, the prisoners and the countless citizens who had been released from the bracelet, were all stunned. Following that, many of them knelt down. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Many voices reverberated across the world. They understood that it was a great expert with unfathomable techniques who saved them. They were all filled with gratitude, because there were too many dark matters in the world, and few experts dared to fight against the devils in the Western floating nation. There were even fewer who were willing to save the weak like them. After all, in the eyes of an absolute majority of experts, the weak were like ants. It was rare for them not to bully the weak, and it was even rarer for them to be saved for no reason. After all, the Realm Heart Great Land was vast and boundless. There were too many such matters. Dongbua Shui-ing, who was currently drinking wine in the courtyard, had a strand of killing intent in his eyes. Humph! The karmic lines of this devil are filled with so much resentment that it is unfathomable. He deserves death. He broke through the realm and spied on the Western floating nation. The Western floating nation was originally a place where devils gathered. There were too many devils, and if he killed all of them, he, Dongbua Shui-ing, might as well start a war with the entire Western floating nation. Even the myriad realms' ancient nation could not eliminate Western floating old ancestor. He, Dongbua Shui-ing, was temporarily not that strong. He was too lazy to care about the majority of devils since there were simply too many of them. Only those who were extremely wicked, like the devil called Yonggue, that he encountered just now, was something he could not tolerate. Ordinary devils were just slightly more vicious in their methods. And Yonggue would pay the price of trillions of lives every time he cultivated. This kind of devil was many times more dangerous than ordinary devils. He deserves death. Dongbua Shui-ing then threw it to the back of his mind. He continued spying on other places in the Western floating nation. Yonggue residence. The primal chaos devil, Yonggue City Master, died. All the prisoners in the underground prison disappeared. This immediately alerted the higher-ups of the Western floating nation. Shwa shwa shwa. Many experts rushed over one after another. They were all from the same faction as Yonggue City Master. There were many factions within the Western floating nation. He's dead. 3 figures stood in the underground prison. They looked at Yonggue City Master, who had collapsed on the ground. There were also the silver-haired old man and some other protectors who died around him. They were all killed by Dongbua Shui-ing when he discovered that the karmic lines were filled with grievances. He simply erased them. Junior disciple brother Yonggue still has the treasures on him. He isn't injured either. His soul has been destroyed. Amen, it's his soul. The souls of the others have been destroyed. Soul Dao! The 3 primal chaos experts present looked at each other. Their expressions changed. Experts who specialized in the Soul Dao were terrifying. Since he could kill Yonggue City Master stealthily, he might be able to kill them instantly too. Who is so daring to act against junior disciple brother Yonggue? Report to teacher. We can't let things end like this. Find the murderer and kill him. They were all discussing through voice transmissions. The devils in the Western Floating Nation were tyrannical. With a single order from the Western Floating King, they dared to create chaos in the 6 great ancient nations. One could see how unscrupulous they were. South, a male and female figure floated over. The leading green-robed male had a cold expression. Eldest senior brother. The 3 people present bowed respectfully. Their eldest senior brother was much stronger. He was the only great expert in the sect who had a 10th level strength. Have you all investigated? How is it? The green-robed male indifferently asked. Reporting to eldest senior brother, the murderer is an expert who specializes in the Soul Tao. One of them answered. He killed junior disciple brother Yongguei and the surrounding subordinates stealthily, and all the prisoners have been teleported away. An instant, the green-robed male asked. Yes, a portion of the protectors survived. They said that it happened in an instant. Eldest senior brother, since he dared to kill our junior disciple brothers, we can't let this matter rest. We must find the murderer and kill him. The other said. They knew the murderer was powerful, but they still had their teacher. And above their teacher, there was a higher level. In the Western Floating Nation, it was always them who bullied others. Since when did others bully them? Humph! The green-robed male snorted. His cold gaze swept across. Fools! Everyone present was startled. Even the girl beside him felt puzzled. Eldest senior brother? The green-robed male nonchalantly said, I'll tell you the truth. Just a few thousand years ago, the Realm Heart God Palace began opening. Realm Heart God Palace? Realm Heart God Palace? All of them were horrified. Since they could reach the primal chaos realm, they understood the legends of the entire Realm Heart Great Land. The Realm Heart God Palace was a legendary place. Cosmos gods tried their best to enter, yet only a pitiful few could enter. Even Western Floating Old Ancestor, Broken Sky Paragon Master, and others could not enter, much less them. As the Realm Heart God Palace gradually opened, the 6 great ancient nations would contest for the quotas. During this period, they would take out some of the great devils across the entire Realm Heart Great Land and place a bounty on them. The green-robed male said, Our Western Floating Nation would also have several apex experts listed on the bounty list. They would hunt us down to obtain merits and eventually decide on the quotas. Hence, since a few thousand years ago, there have been experts from the 6 great ancient nations coming to our Western Floating Nation. All of them are hunters and are searching for prey. The green-robed male's voice was cold. But, eldest senior brother, those terrifying cosmos gods would place a bounty on their prey, right? Why would they act against us minor characters? The other 4 primal chaos existences felt their hearts trembling. They knew that every time the Realm Heart God Palace opened, it would create a huge storm, because during ordinary times, those terrifying cosmos gods would not easily come and hunt for their prey because the difficulty was too high. Only during the contest for the quotas would they come when there was sufficient temptation. Usually, those like the Fervicious of Western Floating would be frightened to the point of hiding. Yes, their prey are the apex higher-ups in our Western Floating Nation. The green-robed male sneered, but to these terrifying cosmos gods, killing us is as easy as stepping on an ant. Just a while ago, junior disciple Brother Qingyong was stepped to death by a terrifying existence. Hence, from today onwards, we have to be more low-profile and be obedient. Furthermore, I suspect that even if that terrifying cosmos god were observing us in the dark, we would not discover it. The 4 present felt their hearts trembling. They could not help but look around them. Chapter 1128. Dongbua Shui Ing did not care about these primal chaos existences. Even without secret treasures, he could easily kill a 10th level expert. Furthermore, with the Devil Emperor gown, five-phase beads, and scarlet cloud god spear, his combat strength was much stronger than when he was in his hometown origin world. This was also the reason why he dared to come to the western floating nation to hunt for devils. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it had been 50,000 years since he arrived in the western floating nation. The bounty missions were very difficult. Devil Monarch Wind Moon was his most confident target. It's a pity that the other party was quite careful in hiding. I don't specialize in tracking, but the experts from other ancient nations are good at it too. It has been 50,000 years, so why haven't they acted? Unless none of them set the western floating nation as their target? I don't believe it. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Among the bounty missions, the western floating nation was considered a soft persimmon, like the Black Devil Great Lake, even though the experts there were comparable to the western floating nation. The environment of the Black Devil Great Lake was vile. Few experts were willing to go there, and the devils were in the Moonflower Ancient Nation. That's right. The Moonflower Ancient Nation and Towering Sky Ancient Nation were the bottom two of the 6 great ancient nations. There were devils hiding within. The difficulty of chasing after the devils in the ancient nations was much higher. After all, some of the devils were vaguely protected by unparalleled existences. It was just that they did not publicize it for the sake of their reputation. The western floating nation is definitely relatively easy to deal with. Dongbua Shui-ing waited. A terrifying ripple erupted in the distance. Dongbua Shui-ing used the essence of the void to sense it. He immediately turned towards the northwest direction. He could sense the ripple erupting there. Over there! He immediately used the destructive realm teleportation technique to spy on it. Watching from afar, under the night sky, that was an ordinary and low-profile cavern dwelling located outside the city. It was common for experts to build cavern dwellings outside the city to live in seclusion. Deep within this cavern dwelling, 2 figures were currently engaged in a terrifying battle. Devil Monarch Wind Moon, die for me! It was a muscular man with icy white skin, and he was holding a huge hammer in his hand. The huge hammer caused the void to tremble. It was a secret treasure that was even more terrifying than the heavenly cloud hammer that Dongbua Shui-ing had seen before. The burly man exuded a cold aura. With a wave of his hand, monstrous power poured into the sledgehammer in his hand, and he smashed it down with great momentum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Opposite him was a devilish, purple-haired man with a total of 13 blades on his back, fanning out. The sabers flew out one by one. Swish, 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 layers and layers of saber lights continuously surrounded the burly man. Boom! A hammer smashed down. Countless saber lights were sent flying. Boom! 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 The might of the sledgehammer came crashing down, and in the blink of an eye, it shrouded Devil Monarch Fengyu. The expression of the devilish, purple-haired man, Devil Monarch Fengyu, changed, and he immediately retreated. Whoosh! His speed of escape was extremely fast, and the saber lights quickly returned to the sheath on his back. Devil Monarch Fengyu. Dongbua Shui-ing suppressed the joy in his heart. He had worn out his iron shoes to search for him, yet now he appeared. Old brother Ancient Frost, I really have to thank you. Dongbua Shui-ing was delighted inwardly. Great monarch Ancient Frost. He was a level 2 cosmos god from the Icy Snow Ancient Nation. Just like in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, there are core disciples from the Summer Clan, Song Clan, and Fan Clan. As long as one was a level 2 cosmos god with sufficient accumulation, Emperor Summer, Ancestor Fan, and Emperor Song would think of ways to bestow a top-graded secret treasure to them. Even if they could not find one, they could still help to refine it. That was why there were so many Paragon Masters in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. But the Icy Snow Ancient Nation was miserable. Even though the Icy Snow Ancient Nation had 3 unparalleled existences, they were all body cultivators. As a result, the top-graded cultivation techniques in their ancient nation were all first-rate body cultivators. If one wanted other cultivation techniques, they would have to pay a huge price to exchange with other ancient nations. Relying on exchanging, how much could they exchange for? As for refining, the three old ancestors from the icy snow ancient nation did not know how to refine weapons, much less refining top-graded secret treasures. Hence, they wanted top-graded secret treasures. They could only fight and snatch them. But which of those who had top-graded secret treasures were easy to snatch? Most of them had their own backers. Hence, the icy snow ancient nation was pitiful. They had quite a few level 2 cosmos gods in their ancient nation. Yet the number of paragon masters was pitiful, just 7. Great monarch ancient frost. In terms of accumulation of strength, he was absolutely powerful. He was unquestionably at the peak of level 2 standard. If he were in the core region of the summer wind ancient nation, he would have been bestowed a top-graded secret treasure. Nevertheless, being a member of the icy snow ancient nation, he did not have any top-graded secret treasures. Hence, a group of terrifying body cultivators from the icy snow ancient nation wanted to enter the realm heart, God Palace. A group of monsters. Dongbua Shui Ing muttered inwardly. The three old ancestors from the icy snow ancient nation had reached the final realm in body cultivation. They verified with one another and nurtured many body cultivators in the icy snow ancient nation. Currently, Dongbua Shui Ing could teleport much further. With a step, he left that small courtyard of his. Following that, he arrived in the wilderness and saw the escaping Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Devil Monarch Wind Moon and Great Monarch Ancient Frost. One was escaping and the other was chasing. Both parties froze the surrounding void, preventing the other party from escaping. Great Monarch Ancient Frost, your speed is too slow. You won't be able to catch up to me. Dongbua Shui Ing could clearly see that Great Monarch Wind Moon was much faster than Great Monarch Ancient Frost. Most likely, in the time taken to brew a cup of tea, Great Monarch Ancient Frost would no longer be able to restrict Great Monarch Wind Moon. South, Dongbua Shui Ing wielded the Scarlet Cloud God Spear with one hand and maintained the pinnacle of voidification. Both parties could not discover him at all. At this moment, he was watching from afar. He was not in a rush to get closer. Even though the frozen void prevented him from teleporting, he could still rely on the Scarlet Cloud God Spear to execute the Scarlet Cloud Domain. This was much stronger than what he could do in the Origin world, reaching a higher level. If he could bring the Scarlet Cloud God Spear back to his hometown, even if Sacred Master used the ancient sacred world to suppress him, he could still distort the void and escape. Devil Monarch Wind Moon, you are considered a level 2 cosmos god. What a pity. Dongbua Shui Ing grinned. He immediately relied on the Devil Emperor gown to execute a secret technique. Wang, the invisible illusory world, instantly shrouded over. This illusory world was so vast that it easily enveloped the escaping Devil Monarch Fengyu. This was also why Dongbua Shui Ing was so frightening. The Tao of Soul was different from other Tao paths. For instance, those who were stronger would at most suffer some injuries. Given the survival capabilities of powerful cultivators, it was hard for them to heavily injure or even kill the other party. But the Tao of Soul, if the other party could not withstand against it, he would be finished. By relying on the Devil Emperor gown, Dongbua Shui Ing's soul technique could reach the level 2 cosmos god power. Even Southern Cloud King and the others had to divert part of their heart force to resist against it. And Devil Monarch Wind Moon, who had a flaw in his soul, was someone Dongbua Shui Ing of the Western Floating Four Fierce believed he could capture easily. Only an expert of the Tao of Soul like him could do so easily. Amen. Dongbua Shui Ing, who originally had a grin on his face, suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the distant Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Devil Monarch Wind Moon suddenly stopped. He turned around. Hung, 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 hung. In all directions, 8 pillars suddenly shot up into the sky. Inscriptions lit up on each pillar. A vast array enveloped the region of this array. Under the frightening fluctuations of the array, the figure of Dongbua Shueing, who had reached the pinnacle of voidification, was forced to reveal himself. And great monarch Ancient Frost, who was originally chasing after devil monarch Wind Moon, stopped. He looked at the distant devil monarch Wine Moon with shock. There was even a gray-robed old man who was forced to reveal himself within the enormous array. Devil monarch Wind Moon had already transformed. His appearance changed. He turned into a stream of water, and the stream of water condensed into a short and plump old man. The short and plump old man looked at the distant great monarch Ancient Frost, the gray-robed old man, and another white-robed young man who revealed himself. Great monarch Ancient Frost from the icy snow ancient nation, Eagle City Master from the myriad realms ancient nation, and monarch Feishue from the southern cloud nation. It's a pity that I've only caught 3 fishes. The short and plump old man's voice reverberated across the void, spanning across 1 trillion kilometers. If not for monarch Feishue's soul technique, I might be able to catch some fishes. The expressions of Dongbua Shueing, great monarch Ancient Frost, and the gray-robed old man changed. The short and plump old man, he was none other than Western Floating Old Ancestor, a famous absolute overlord in the realm heart great land. Dongbua Shueing discovered that his mirage technique was useless, and he knew that something was amiss. It was impossible for devil monarch Wind Moon to resist against his soul technique so easily. He disguised himself as devil monarch Wind Moon, but he clearly displayed the Wind Moon blade previously. Unless Western Floating Old Ancestor has cultivated the Tao of Wind to the cosmos god realm, Dongbua Shueing immediately thought of it. Go. The distant great monarch Ancient Frost did not hesitate to escape. The gray-robed old man Eagle City Master also flashed. His speed was incredibly fast. Escape. Dongbua Shueing wielded the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. He immediately unleashed the Scarlet Cloud Domain. Shwa, shwa, shwa. He forcefully twisted his body. Every time he teleported, he would cover a distance of more than 50 million kilometers. He was much faster than Great Monarch Ancient Frost and Eagle City Master. This Ingshan Snow Eagle is escaping so fast. Great Monarch Ancient Frost felt both envious and helpless after seeing that. He could only fly slowly. Southern Cloud Nations, Ingshan Snow Eagle. Eagle City, Master glanced at the white-robed young man who was escaping. Escaping? A cold light flashed in the eyes of Western Floating Old Ancestor when he saw that. All of you want to hunt down the experts of my Western Floating Nation? Since you came to my place to kill, you should be prepared to be killed. All of you should die for me. The entire enormous array began surging like a tidal wave. To the distance, another figure appeared. That was a giant who held an enormous mountain peak with a single hand. He was the other Paragon Master from the Western Floating Nation, Broken Sky Paragon Master. Broken Sky Paragon Master was also filled with killing intent. Chapter 1129. It's a trap. Dongbua Shueing wielded the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. He controlled the void to distort and teleport time after time. He felt slightly startled in his heart. He has constructed a huge array, and Broken Sky Paragon Master is helping him? Escaping? The distant Western Floating Old Ancestor noticed the fastest escaping Ingshan Snow Eagle with a glance. Ingshan Snow Eagle? I'll kill you, this little fish, first. Western Floating Old Ancestor was clear in his heart. Great Monarch Ancient Frost from the icy snow ancient nation had an unparalleled existence behind his back. Similarly, Eagle City Master from the myriad realms ancient nation had an unparalleled existence behind his back. During crucial moments, unparalleled existences would intervene and protect their subordinates. Hence, it was hard to kill an expert from an ancient nation. Unless it was sudden and fast enough. or in some unique places where unparalleled existences could not reach, like the realm Heart God Palace, or some regions deep within the Broken Teeth mountain range. Second brother, let's eliminate this monarch Faeshua from the southern cloud nation first. At the same time Western floating old ancestor transmitted, his figure disappeared. When he appeared, he was already by the side of Broken Sky Paragon Master. Amen. Monarch Faeshua has just become a cosmos god. It's easier to kill him. Furthermore, he only has Southern Cloud King behind his back. Broken Sky Paragon Master nodded. Western Floating King brought Broken Sky Paragon Master with him. Shwa. They disappeared at the same time. When they appeared again, they were right in front of Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang was anxiously escaping. Under the law suppression of the realm Heart Great Land, he relied on the Scarlet Cloud God Spear to execute the Scarlet Cloud Domain. Even though he could teleport more than 50 million kilometers in one go, this enormous array was 50 billion kilometers away. It would take quite some time for him to escape. Not good. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. He saw Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master appearing in front of him. In terms of strength, Broken Sky Paragon Master was stronger. By relying on a top-graded secret treasure, he was unquestionably a level 3 cosmos god. And Western Floating Old Ancestor's direct combat strength barely reached the level 3 cosmos god realm. Yet, he could change his aura and appear at any location in the Western Floating Nation. This was a technique that was even more heaven-defying than teleportation. It was similar to old Monster Stone's technique, which allowed him to materialize and then disappear. Even spatial freeze was useless against him. Furthermore, this body of Western Floating Patriarch had once been instantly destroyed by an invincible existence. However, it didn't take long before a new body appeared out of nowhere. Unkillable, appearing out of thin air. He barely had the strength of a level 3 cosmos god. This technique was not something a level 2 cosmos god could possess. The realm Heart Great Land acknowledged that Western Floating Old Ancestor must have acquired a unique, top-graded secret treasure that was geared toward survival. Ingshan Snow Eagle Dai. The Western Floating Country King laughed coldly as he sent out a palm strike. Instantly, huge waves surged forth, covering the sky as a gigantic hand appeared above Dongbua Shuang, trying to drown him. Whoosh! Dongbua Shuang continued to distort space and teleport himself hundreds of millions of miles away. He fled so quickly. The Western Floating Country King frowned. This is the Scarlet Cloud battle technique. Broken Sky, Sovereign Lord said. The Western Floating Ruler grabbed Broken Sky, Sovereign Lord, and disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he blocked Dongbua Shuang's path. This time, the Broken Sky supremacy threw the huge mountain in his hand. The vast mountain peak smashed down from the sky. Not good. Even though this mountain peak had yet to reach him, Dongbua Shuang felt the surrounding time-space being suppressed by this mountain peak. The unseen pressure made his body feel incredibly heavy. He tried his best to teleport, yet space was incredibly heavy. He could barely teleport a distance of half a kilometer, and that huge mountain peak was more than 50 million kilometers in size. It came crashing down. He had nowhere to hide. He could not evade at all. Hua! Dongbua Shuang's body immediately split into two. Two Dongbua Shuang stood side by side. One of them was wearing the 5 phase beads, and the other was wielding the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. Open! The unarmed Dongbua Shuang immediately extended both his hands upwards. His 10 fingers became huge. At that moment, hong hong hong, every finger was wrapped with 5 strands of light, forming a huge 5 phases sealing space. Originally, Dongbua Shuang had reached large success in his 5 phases sealing technique. By relying on the 5-phase beads, he was able to unleash power at grand perfection. He was unquestionably at the peak level 2 cosmos god standard. Both palms slapped upwards, but that enormous mountain peak continued pressing down. Under the pressure of the mountain peak, traces of black cracks appeared. Following that, it collided with the 5 restricted spatial zone, and the spatial zone started to shatter. The other, Dongbua Shuang, who wielded the scarlet cloud god spear, immediately flicked his spear. Hua, a void maelstrom revolved around the spear, causing it to expand to 5,000 kilometers. This spear struck against the bottom of that enormous mountain peak. Even though it was slightly weaker, it was still a spear at the peak level 2 cosmos god standard. At the same time when the mountain peak broke the 5 phases ceiling space, this flick of the spear had dissipated a large portion of the force. The remaining force was easily withstood by the pinnacle of voidification with his chaotic origin body. What? Broken Sky Paragon Master was infuriated. He immediately controlled the enormous mountain peak to smash down again and again. As for the 2 Dongbua Shuang, they were defending while retreating. They were unharmed. In my hometown Primal Chaos Void, Sacred Master is still a true final realm cosmos god. By relying on the power of the ancient sacred world, he could merely injure my chaotic origin body lightly. Currently, both of my avatars can exert a peak level 2 strength. It is much easier for my body to withstand the shockwaves from the battle. It isn't even enough to injure me. Dongbua Shuang felt incredibly relaxed. The 5 phases sealing technique was tyrannical. It was powerful in direct combat too. The Scarlet Cloud combat technique was slightly weaker. That was because he was just a level 1 cosmos god and could not unleash the full power of the Scarlet Cloud god spear. But even if he could unleash a peak level 2 strength, the Scarlet Cloud combat technique had protective techniques, dissipation techniques, distorting the void domain, piercing through the void, and many other techniques. It was incredibly powerful in survival. You want to kill me? Dream on. The eyes of Dongbua Shuang flashed with a cold light. He relied on the Devil Emperor gown and immediately unleashed the mirage. The illusory world descended, enveloping Broken Sky Paragon Master and Western Floating Old Ancestor. The expressions of Broken Sky Paragon Master and Western Floating Old Ancestor changed slightly. They exchanged glances. What a great monarch face you are. Western Floating Old Ancestor snorted coldly. I'll let you off for now. So. The 2 of them disappeared without a trace. The edge of Dongbua Shuang's lips curled upwards when he saw that. He immediately fled. Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master teleported to another location. This Snow Eagle has just become a cosmos god. It is fine for him to be so strong, but who would have thought that his body cultivation is so strong too? I can't injure him even with the help of the arrays. Broken Sky Paragon Master transmitted. He looked at the distant, white-robed young man who was teleporting away. He could exert the strength of a level 3 cosmos god without relying on the arrays. With the support of the arrays, his power was horrifying and could threaten these level 2 cosmos god experts. But Snow Eagle, who had just broken through not too long ago, was not injured at all when he faced the attacks head-on. We can't kill him unless we use the time-space sphere to trap him, Western Floating Old Ancestor said. But his teacher, Southern Cloud King, could execute the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique and force his way into the time-space sphere to save his disciple. This brat even specialized in soul techniques, causing us to be constantly affected by the mirage and illusory realm, preventing us from unleashing our full strength. Amen, Broken Sky Paragon Master agreed. The feeling of being constantly assaulted by the mirage and illusory realm was indeed unbearable. Broken Sky Paragon Master had to split out 30% of his heart force to resist against it. It was taxing for him to control his top-graded, secret treasure. Let's forget about monarch Ancient Frost from the icy snow Ancient Nation. His body cultivation has reached the peak of the level 2, and we can't kill him within a short period. Over time, the 3 old men from the icy snow Ancient Nation might act. As for Eagle City Master, if we are fast enough, we might be able to kill him within a short period. Broken Sky Paragon Master discussed with Western Floating Old Ancestor. No other choice, reaching the level 2 Cosmos God realm, especially those with huge backgrounds. It was hard to kill them. It would be a huge success for the Western Floating Nation if they could kill one. Even Dongbua Shui dared to participate in this because he had a chaotic origin body. Otherwise, he would not dare to kill his way to the gathering grounds of devils. So. Dongbua Shui was constantly teleporting with his domain. He had to escape from the region of the arrays. Within the arrays, he was forced to reveal himself. As long as he escaped, he could rely on the pinnacle of voidification to conceal his tracks, even though the other party could not kill him. But as someone like Dongbua Shui who had great survivability, he was most afraid of one thing: being trapped. By then, he could only ask his teacher for help. Amen? As Dongbua Shui was escaping, he was also paying attention to the disturbances in the distant battle. Monarch Ancient Frost was also escaping, and Eagle City Master was facing danger. Even though Eagle City Master's techniques are sinister and ruthless, his survivability is still too weak. Dongbua Shui could see that Eagle City Master was in danger. Eagle City Master belonged to the faction of Apocalyptic God Emperor, of the 5 ancestors from the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation. Suddenly the world turned silent. An enormous and dazzling arm seemed to appear from the other side of the world. It directly extended over to where Eagle City Master was. That enormous palm lightly grabbed onto Eagle City Master. The gray-robed old man Eagle City Master let out a sigh of relief. Limitless City Master, Western Floating Old Ancestor, was startled. He brought Broken Sky Paragon Master and teleported back more than 50 billion kilometers. Its Limitless City Master, Broken Sky Paragon, stared at the enormous, dazzling arm in the sky. Eagle City Master is a subordinate of Apocalyptic God Emperor. Limitless City Master is actually acting to save him. The Myriad Realms Ancient Nation had 5 ancestors: the tyrannical Apocalyptic God Emperor, the savage Realm Beast King, the transcendent Drifter. But of the 5 ancestors, the one whom outsiders feared the most was the creator of the 10 Holy Scrolls, the Limitless City Master. Limitless City Master was the most gentle of the 5, and he cared the most about the lower-level living beings. But this gentle and good-tempered Limitless City Master was actually the most unpredictable. In terms of deterrence, he was ranked first amongst the 5 ancestors of the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation. Chapter 1130. Limitless City Master had green skin and 2 blood horns protruding from his head. Nonetheless, his eyes were filled with calmness. Even a weak animal without any intelligence would not feel threatened in front of Limitless City Master. Limitless City Master was like a part of this endless world. He did not emit any aura, nor did he emit any pressure. He was so ordinary. City Master, I'll have to trouble you. World Annihilation God Emperor transmitted over. Reaching his status, he would not easily ask others for help. But amongst the experts under him, Eagle City Master was considered an important member. Hence, he had to protect him. It's just a minor matter. Limitless City Master transmitted back. It's just that his eyes were still looking towards the southeast. In that distant direction, he sensed a familiar old friend. Who would have thought that you have returned? Limitless City Master communicated with another terrifying existence through his thoughts. Haha, I knew that the moment I reveal my aura, I'll definitely be discovered by you. I can hide from others in the entire realm heart, great land, but not from you. The consciousness of that terrifying existence contained death and destruction. Just sensing it would cause one soul to fall into a nightmare that they could never wake up from. Limitless City Master said, "Why? You didn't take that step? That time you were so proud and arrogant. You left the realm heart, great land, to forge your own path, thinking that you have grasped the supreme law after so many years. Who would have thought that you are the same as us? How could it be that easy to take that step?" That terrifying consciousness pondered for a moment before replying. "You didn't grab the best opportunity. From now on, you can only break through with force." Limitless City Master transmitted. But according to the legends, that Lord Lo Chung from the Origin Great Land walked on the path of breaking through with force. You might be able to succeed. Stop rejoicing in my misfortune. That terrifying consciousness quickly retracted. He was too lazy to continue speaking. Using brute force to break through the technique was far too difficult. Limitless City Master also retracted his consciousness. Even though they exchanged a few simple words, he still muttered, "Yet another failure. Humph. Leaving the realm heart great land without accumulating enough strength?" Western Floating Nation. Dongbua Shue Ing looked at the gigantic arm grabbing the Eagle City, Lord in the sky, and how it easily retracted and disappeared. Dongbua Shue Ing couldn't help but be shocked. "Limitless City Lord, when can I reach such a realm?" Dongbua Shue Ing felt incredibly envious. Naturally, after reaching the final realm, he could bring his family and friends to other origin worlds. After all, the primal chaos void was too far away from the realm heart, great land. In the future, if he were to bring others with him using the Great Destruction realm teleportation technique, he would have to choose the nearest origin world. Hurry up and get out. Holding the Scarlet Cloud Divine Spear, he continued to advance at high speed. The void twisted. Shwa shwa shwa. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported 8 to 10 times, and soon he had crossed the final distance. After all, the entire spell formation was 100 billion kilometers in length, and he was originally only several billion kilometers away from the edge. We're out. Although the spell formation was powerful, it could be easily penetrated by the peak of voidification. Phew! Dongbua Shue Ing heaved a sigh of relief. The moment he came out, he teleported far away, turning invisible to the extreme. Only then did he casually watch the battle between Great Monarch Ancient Frost, Western Floating Old Ancestor, and Broken Sky Paragon Master. It seems Western Floating Old Ancestor and the others can't kill a single one of them this time. Dongbua Shue Ing thought when he saw that. That's right too. How could level 2 cosmos gods be so easy to kill, unless unparalleled existences acted directly? But unparalleled existences were all at the highest level in the realm heart, great land, and they cared about their reputation. Furthermore, some of the enemies in the surroundings were indulged by them. In their opinion, this was a form of tempering for the cosmos gods under them. Dongbua Shue Ing suddenly turned around. He looked to the south and north. His senses that had fused with the essence of the void were incredibly sharp. He could sense 2 locations where a huge battle was taking place. Battle? I've waited for 50,000 years, yet there wasn't a single battle. Now that Western Floating Old Ancestor and the others are acting, and Limitless City Lord is acting to save them, there are battles taking place in other locations too? Have they discovered the other members of the 4 Vicious of Western Floating? Dongbua Shue Ing immediately began scouting. He first looked to the south. Far away to the south, there were 2 parties fighting. One was an expert wearing black armor. He wielded 2 blades, and his figure was illusory. Every blade light that flew past would cause the surrounding to silently dissipate into nothingness. His opponent was one of the 4 Vicious of Western Floating, Devil Monarch Evil Heart. At this moment, Devil Monarch Evil Heart was having a hard time defending against the attacks. At the same time, his body would turn into a stream of water after being struck. It is Great Commander Huiyu from the Primogenita Ancient Nation, a Paragon Master. He should have found Devil Monarch Evil Heart in the dark, and is waiting for Western Floating Old Ancestor and Broken Sky Paragon Master to act before taking the chance to deal against Devil Monarch Evil Heart? Dongbua Shui Ing understood this point. Even though there is a slight gap in strength, it isn't that easy to kill Devil Monarch Evil Heart. Great Commander Huiyu. He was a subordinate of Eternal Night Primogenitor from the Primogenita Ancient Nation. Eternal Night Primogenitor naturally trusted the 9 Eternal Night Walkers, which he refined the most. And Great Commander Huiyu was not one of the 9 Eternal Night Walkers. Nevertheless, because he was powerful, he had a relatively high status under Eternal Night Primogenitor. Dongbua Shui Ing once again broke through the realm destruction to spy on the battle in the north. Far away. Amen? Dongbua Shui Ing was startled. The one being chased was Devil Monarch Yen Fire, of the 4 Vicious of Western Floating. He was powerful and was not someone to be trifled with. But at this moment, Devil Monarch Yen Fire was fleeing in a sorry state. It's him? Dongbua Shui Ing saw the one chasing after Devil Monarch Yen Fire. It was a wicked, bald-headed male with red eyebrows. 2 small golden snakes were dangling from his ears. He held on to a wooden pole and chased after Devil Monarch Yen Fire with a cold expression. 9 Venom Religion Master? He finally saw someone from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. There were only 3 Paragon Masters from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation participating in the public contest this time. Not mentioning how high the status of Great Paragon Fui was, it was likely that Great Paragon Fui disdained from participating in the contest. The other 2 were Fire Devil Paragon Master and 9 Venom Religion Master. 9 Venom Religion Master was famous for his hex poison. He was hard to deal with and should not be trifled with. By relying on the secret treasure wooden pole, his hex poison was even more frightening. It was no wonder Devil Monarch Yen Fire was desperately escaping. Amen? Let's give it a try. Dongbua Shui Ing felt his heart moving. He immediately teleported over stealthily. Currently, he could teleport to a great distance. Just a single teleportation brought him close to that battle. As he got closer, because both parties were chasing after each other, space froze. Dongbua Shui Ing could only rely on teleportation to get closer. Devil Monarch Yen Fire felt unbearable. The hex poison had permeated into his soul. Even with his level 2 Cosmos God soul, he still felt waves of dizziness. He could only forcefully suppress it. Currently, it was still within his control. But if he continued fighting, he would be in danger. If no one was chasing after him, he could easily expel the hex poison out of his body. But now, 9 Venom Religion Master was chasing after him. Damn, 9 Venom Religion Master is here too. Devil Monarch Yen Fire would rather meet other Paragon Masters than this 9 Venom Religion Master. Old Ancestor, 9 Venom Religion Master is chasing after me. I can't hold on any longer. Devil Monarch Yen Fire hurriedly asked for help. Even though he could hold on for a while longer, he did not dare to take the risk. I'm coming. Western Floating Old Ancestor did not dare to delay. Die. 9 Venom Religion Master was also doing his best to chase after him. He was afraid that Western Floating Old Ancestor would appear and save him. Suddenly, 5 rays of light appeared without any warning. They enveloped Devil Monarch Yen Fire. Furthermore, a terrifying mirage and illusory realm invaded the soul of Devil Monarch Yen Fire. Not good. Devil Monarch Yen Fire was being invaded by the mirage and illusory realm. At this moment, he understood that he would be doomed the moment he fell into it. He tried his best to struggle, but under the influence of the hex poison, he could barely maintain his consciousness. He tried his best to brandish the weapon in his hand, yet he could not execute any powerful techniques, much less shaking the 5 phases sealed space. south, the 5 phases sealed space rapidly shrunk. Stop. Western floating old ancestor appeared. He looked incredibly savage as he sent a palm over. Nevertheless, a spear appeared from nothingness and directly blocked this furious strike from Western floating old ancestor. It merely delayed for a moment. The shrunken 5 phases sealed space was kept into the 5-phase beads on Dongbua Shuiying's wrist. I actually succeeded. Dongbua Shuiying felt a pleasant surprise. He only felt that Devil Monarch Yen Fire seemed to be in an abnormal state after being chased. That was why he decided to strike. Who knew if he could gain some benefits? Relying on the pinnacle of voidification, he stealthily arrived by the side of Devil Monarch Yen Fire. The mirage and illusory realm and 5 phases sealing technique enveloped over. Who would have thought that he succeeded? Yingshan Snow Eagle, Western floating old ancestor, was incomparably furious. This time, he wanted to lie in ambush and let those cosmos gods who came to hunt him suffer. Even if he could not kill them, he could let them know that the Western floating nation was not a place to be trifled with. Under ordinary circumstances, most cosmos gods could not kill the incoming cosmos gods, and it was hard for those cosmos gods to kill the apex devils from the Western floating nation. After all, they had the protection of Western floating old ancestor. But this time, Monarch Feishua had succeeded in biting off a piece of meat from their bodies. Western floating old ancestor was both startled and furious. Hurry up and leave. Dongbua Shuiying himself was pleasantly surprised. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately maintained the pinnacle of voidification and fled with a so. Not just Western floating old ancestor or 9 venom religion master. They could not discover Dongbua Shuiying, who was in the pinnacle of voidification. Giving a wedding dress to that brat from the southern cloud nation? 9 venom religion master was not confident of succeeding, but he still wanted to take the chance when Limitless City Master acted. Who would have thought that Snow Eagle would actually reap the fruits of his labor? Chapter 1131. I actually succeeded. This is truly an unexpected surprise. Dongbua Shuiying felt excited. He used the pinnacle of voidification to escape. He controlled the spatial distortion and left the region of frozen space. With a teleportation, he left the region of Western floating nation. Since he had captured Devil Monarch Yen Fire alive, Dongbua Shuiying was too lazy to stay in the Western floating nation. Time to return. He executed the destructive realm teleportation technique. Dongbua Shuiying stepped into the distorted spatial maelstrom. When he appeared again, he had already traversed more than half the realm heart Great Land and arrived at the Feishua City in the southern cloud nation. I'm back. Feishua City, monarch residence. Dongbua Shuiying returned. He could not help but reveal a grin as he strolled around the monarch residence. The monarch residence had just been expanded. At the same time, the entire Feishua City was also expanded. The original city was the inner city, and an outer city that was 10 times bigger was constructed. Monarch. The rules within the monarch residence became stricter. The female attendants all greeted respectfully. It is rare for my son to come out. Yingshan Lai, who immediately came out after knowing that his son had appeared. Currently, his status in the monarch residence was incredibly high. The entire Yingshan clan was faintly being led by this side of Feishua City. Father, Dongbua Shuiying greeted. Haha, don't always stay in closed-door cultivation. I've heard that those unparalleled existences in the realm heart, Great Land, frequently travel around. Yingshan Lai, who carefully advised his son. He did not know about the opening of the Realm Heart God Palace. Oh, right, I've just collected some good wine. Snow Eagle, why don't you try it too? Yingshan Lai, who was very careful. His relationship with this son of his was not too close. After all, he did not attach much importance to Rong Xinglan previously. It was because his son was too dazzling. Yingshan Lai, who naturally tried to get closer to his son. But he had no choice. His son was too powerful. That time, not long after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He resolved the crisis of the entire Ardent Fire City by himself. Currently, his strength was even more unfathomable. According to rumors, he was even treated as an upper-honored guest in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Of the 6 great ancient nations. All right, Dongbua Shueing nodded with a smile. Let's see what kind of wine it is. Ing Shan Lai, who merely invited him. Who would have thought that his son would agree to it? He immediately became joyful. Go, 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 where are we going? Why don't we go to my newly built garden? Dongbua Shueing nodded. He was in a good mood as well. At Dongbua Shueing, his mood was excellent. It was rare for him to drink with his father Ing Shanlai, who at night. The news of him capturing Devil Monarch Yen Fire from the Western Floating Nation spread like a storm. It was especially so for the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and the surrounding vassal organizations. In Summer Wind Capital, within a wooden house in a relatively quiet courtyard, a male in a loose robe sat cross-legged on a praying mat. Above his head floated a bead that was emitting a faint light. On the bead, golden inscriptions were constantly revolving, as if they contained all sorts of profound mysteries regarding the operation of an origin world. He was Great Paragon Fui. He was famous across the entire realm heart, Great Land. His fame was proven through many terrifying battles. Even though there were 9 great paragons in the entire Summer Clan, the status of Great Paragon Fui was entirely different. Furthermore, the most famous Great Paragon Fui in the Summer Clan was Great Paragon Fui. Even though Southern Cloud King, Western Floating Old Ancestor, and others were absolute overlords, they mainly focused on survival. And Great Paragon Fui was not only good at survival. His direct combat strength was frightening too. Great Paragon Fui had once killed his way into the Towering Sky Ancient Nation because of his disciple. With the appearance of 9 great avatars, the Towering Sky Ancient Nation had many experts, yet they could not defend against him at all. In the end, the Towering Sky Ancient Nation was utterly routed. Even that unparalleled existence from the Towering Sky Ancient Nation, Towering Sky King, could only gain the upper hand. His fame was unquestionably earned by killing. Emperor Summer attached great importance to this general with the strongest combat strength. He bestowed a total of 3 top-graded secret treasures to Great Paragon Fui. One should not feel that it was too much. Great Paragon Fui was a freak who had reached the peak of level 2 Cosmos God realm in both the Tao of Void and Tao of Light. By fusing the 2 Taos together, every avatar of Great Paragon Fui was incredibly tyrannical. Hence, Emperor Summer bestowed 3 top-graded secret treasures to Great Paragon Fui. It was said that Great Paragon Fui had reaped a huge harvest in the Realm Heart God Palace. Hence, when 9 great avatars worked together, ordinary level 3 Cosmos gods would not be his opponent. Towering Sky King merely held the upper hand. That was why his participation in the selection had startled both Dongbua Shueing and Southern Cloud King. Great Paragon, a young man, respectfully sat outside the wooden house. The clan has sent news that Monarch Feishue from the Southern Cloud Nation has captured Devil Monarch Yen Fire from the Western Floating Nation alive. Oh, captured alive? The long and narrow eyes of Great Paragon Fui opened. Yes, it is said that Devil Monarch Yen Fire was ambushed by 9 Venom Religion Master. After a great battle, Devil Monarch Yen Fire was heavily injured and had to escape. As he escaped, Monarch Feishue arrived close to him using the pinnacle of voidification and directly executed the 5 phases sealing technique. It is even possible that Monarch Feishue had even executed the Mirage and Illusory Realm technique. The young man said Devil Monarch Yen Fire was heavily injured, yet he could not break out of the 5 phases sealing space. Hence, he was kept into the 5 phase beads. Slightly interesting. Great Paragon Fui softly nodded. It seems that the contest for the quotas this time is going to be more interesting. He was not worried about the quotas. In terms of treasures, he could compete with some unparalleled existences. Taking out a precious treasure would allow him to complete the special treasure mission in the bounty mission and obtain huge contribution points. Even though Fire Devil Paragon Master and 9 Venom Religion Master were famous, they were too poor when compared to Great Paragon Fui. What? A brat from the Southern Cloud Nation captured Devil Monarchy and Fire alive? He is so lucky. The huge figure of Fire Devil Paragon Master was currently seated on top of a mountain within the Black Devil Great Lake. His figure was so huge that it was much bigger than this small mountain peak. To him, he could simply charge around in the Black Devil Great Lake. There was nothing that could frighten him. Devil Monarch Yen Fire has killed someone worth 12,000 contribution points. This time, one of the quotas will definitely be taken by that old man Fui. Those cosmos gods from the 3 great clans would not admit defeat so easily. Who would have thought that a brat from the Southern Cloud Nation would appear? The eyes of Fire Devil Paragon Master were filled with killing intent. Participating in the competition, but that did not mean that he was determined to get it. Like 9 Venom Religion Master, he only wanted to go. Hence, it was naturally good if he could get a quota. It did not matter even if he could not. He could just wait for the next time. But this time, Fire Devil Paragon Master was determined to get it. Hence, he had to ascertain that he would be ranked in the top 4. Furthermore, given his arrogance, he felt that he should at least be ranked 2nd. He could only allow Great Paragon Fui to be ranked ahead of him. He got 12,000 contribution points. I have to get at least 30,000 contribution points before I am confident of getting it. Fire Devil Paragon Master frowned. Obtaining contribution points was too difficult. Southern Cloud Nation Ingshan Snow Eagle? The messy-haired male who was currently in closed-door cultivation had a god sword placed on his knee. He could not help but grin when he heard the news. Quite amazing. Asterisk, 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 as the news spread, it made some of the participating cosmos gods feel pressured. At the same time, many experts across the realm heart, great land, gained a deeper understanding of Monarch Faeshua from the Southern Cloud Nation. For him, to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger in front of 9 Venom Religion Master from the Western Floating Nation and capture Devil Monarch Yen Fire alive. This Monarch Faeshua was indeed frightening. Southern Cloud Capital within the Royal Palace. Southern Cloud, this disciple of yours is quite amazing. He captured a level 2 cosmos god alive. A handsome young man wearing a luxurious golden robe and a crown sat on the throne. An aura of death and destruction was being emitted from his body. Even though it was faint, it still made Southern Cloud King, who was serving by the side, feel an unseen pressure. Southern Cloud King added, "This disciple of mine has reincarnated into this world. He is still weaker than me by an entire level and isn't worth mentioning." He did not wish for this teacher of his to pay attention to Ingshan Snow Eagle. Towards this cheap teacher of his, he did not have any feelings at all. He only felt fear. "Are you afraid of me?" The luxurious, golden-robed, handsome young man with long black hair was smiling at Southern Cloud King. That time when teacher shocked the entire realm heart great land, I had just become a cosmos god. Naturally, I revere you. Southern Cloud King answered, "Even though this is the first time we met, you will understand my temperament after interacting with me for a while. I have left the realm heart great land for too long, and I do not have many subordinates left. You are considered the most useful of them all." The luxurious, golden-robed, handsome young man softly sighed. "Time is truly merciless. Quite a few old friends of mine are no longer around. Oh, right, I need you to prepare a few dozen pine-yang fruits for me. I'm preparing to head to the Broken Teeth mountain range." "Yes, teacher. I will prepare them within 3 days." Southern Cloud King answered, "No rush. Currently I have plenty of time." The luxurious, golden-robed, handsome young man said, Oh, right. Remember to keep the news of my return a secret. Currently, not many know of my return. Yes, Southern Cloud King acknowledged. Chapter 1132. The luxurious, golden-robed, handsome young man nodded slightly. He then stood before disappearing from the vicinity. Even though his techniques were formidable, Southern Cloud King controlled the arrays of the entire capital. He could still sense that this cheap teacher of his had left. Who would have thought that he would actually return? Southern Cloud King frowned. Truly unlucky. This was indeed the first time he met this teacher. That time, he was like a stray dog escaping. Due to an opportunity, he arrived at a historical remnant and obtained the top-graded secret treasure, the Twin Realm Blade. This was also what he relied on to turn the situation around. And in reality, the reason why this top-graded secret treasure, the Twin Realm Blade, was left in the historical remnant was deliberately left behind by this teacher of his. Those who wanted to obtain this secret treasure had to swear an oath and take him as their teacher. The binding of the oath, reaching the level of Southern Cloud King. Even if one violated the oath, there would not be any danger. It was merely going against his Tao heart, and it would be hard for him to improve further in his cultivation. But to Southern Cloud King, who had the ambition to reach the final realm of Cosmos God, he was not willing to violate the oath until the very last moment. That time, I only wanted to turn the situation around. Furthermore, I thought that he had fallen. Who would have thought that he didn't die and even returned? Southern Cloud King shook his head. That time he was in such a miserable state. It was just taking an unparalleled existence who had disappeared for a very long time. He did not hesitate at all. And now his teacher came. This was the first time they met. Firstly, Southern Cloud King did not wish to violate the oath. Secondly, he did not wish to anger this teacher of his. After all, when the other party was moving unhindered across the realm Heartgreat land, he had just become a cosmos god. He understood how frightening the other party was. If I really angered him, the entire Southern Cloud Nation, other than me, would die. Southern Cloud King sighed inwardly. The other party represented death in the past, and now his strength might have improved. But Southern Cloud King would rather endure and not anger the other party. Feishua City. Dongbua Shue Ing accompanied his father Ing Shanlai Hu to drink for an entire night before returning to his courtyard. He sat cross-legged in a pavilion by the lake. Looking at the 5 phase beads that appeared on his wrist, he immediately sent an avatar into one of the beads. The inner world of the 5 phase beads. Dongbua Shue Ing appeared in midair and saw Demon Lord Yen Fire sitting cross-legged on the ground, trying his best to expel the voodoo toxin out of his body. After one night, the voodoo toxin in Demon Lord Yen Fire's body had been mostly expelled. However, Demon Lord Yen Fire didn't feel happy at all. Instead, his heart felt heavy. He knew that death was right in front of him. "You're here." Demon Monarch Yen Fire looked at Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang smiled. He only came to see Devil Monarch Yen Fire after a night had passed. He wanted Devil Monarch Yen Fire to calm down. "Fiend Monarch Yen Fire, you have 2 choices," said Dongbua Shuang. "First, I'll kill you and take your treasures. The second option is for you to take the initiative to offer up your treasures, and I'll send you to the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Even though the Summer Wind Ancient Nation might punish you by making you work for them, you can at least keep your life." It was not difficult to kill Demon Monarch Yen Fire while he was imprisoned in the 5 phase beads. All that was needed was for both sides to kill each other. But the 5 phase beads isolated the flow of world energy. Without the replenishment of world energy, Devil Monarch Yen Fire would eventually exhaust all his energy and die. "Since I'm captured by you, I can only serve the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. What else can I do?" Devil Monarch Yen Fire growled. He had no other choice. To the 6 great ancient nations, these devils would be killed if they were weak. And most who became cosmos gods would have their value. Every ancient nation would have a group of thugs hidden in the dark. Weaker ancient nations like the Moonflower Ancient Nation and Towering Sky Ancient Nation would even take the initiative to recruit some great devils over. They did not set up any restrictions, and those great devils were relatively free. Very good, Dongbua Shueing said. He then extended his hand, causing a strand of Cosmos God energy to enter the body of Devil Monarch Yen Fire. Devil Monarch Yen Fire did not obstruct it. He easily checked through the body of Devil Monarch Yen Fire. All the secret treasures of Devil Monarch Yen Fire flew out. Devil Monarch Yen Fire did not obstruct them at all. Reaching this stage, he knew what he should do. By serving the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, there will be a day when I regain my freedom. Dongbua Shueing felt satisfied after checking through the body, because if he were to be captured alive, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation would have another thug the moment they set up a restriction. Other than the contribution points, he would be rewarded with Cosmos Crystals. This Devil Monarch Yen Fire would most likely give him an additional 10 billion Cosmos Crystals. Even though the value of Devil Monarch Yen Fire was low, it was still an additional benefit to the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Sending some honored guests to carry out missions would require them to pay contribution points. Some of the more powerful honored guests would even grumble and directly reject the mission. But these thugs were different. They did not need to be rewarded. They did not dare to disobey orders. I've been free until now, yet I've fallen in the hands of this monarch Feishue. Devil Monarch Yen Fire sat cross-legged. Even though he felt sorrowful, he knew what he should do. Dongbua Shueing did not hunt anyone else within the Feishue city, because he was clear that it was a great fortune for him to capture Devil Monarch Yen Fire alive. According to experience, every time the Realm Heart God Palace opened, it was not bad for the Summer Wind Ancient Nation to kill one of the mission targets, because those who could be listed in the bounty missions were hard to kill. If not for him, Dongbua Shueing, being cunning enough to reach the pinnacle of voidification stealthily, if not for Nine Venom Religion Master helping him, if not for Western Floating Old Ancestor being slower by a step, he would not have succeeded. Hence, he knew that he was lucky. Furthermore, of all the targets, only Devil Monarch Wind Moon was countered by him. But Devil Monarch Wind Moon knew that he had a weakness in his heart temperament. Hence, he chose to hide in the treasure that Western Floating Old Ancestor brought with him. Hence, after some searching, he discovered that the location of Devil Monarch Wind Moon was where Western Floating Old Ancestor was. That was how Western Floating Old Ancestor could disguise as Devil Monarch Wind Moon. Naturally, the other Devil Monarchs did not dare to hide in the treasure that Western Floating Old Ancestor brought with him, because Western Floating Old Ancestor wasn't that strong. It was just that after his body was destroyed, he could rapidly form another body. If the four great Devil Monarchs hid together, Great Paragon Fui and other horrifying existences would most likely work together to wipe them out. It is considered amazing to kill 1 or 2 targets in the quota contest for the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Most of the time, it is still the strange treasure missions that accumulate contribution points. Dongbua Shueing thought, the strange treasure missions are what the Summer Wind Ancient Nation requires, yet they are rare and lacking. Dongbua Shueing thought, even the 3 great clans in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation wanted them. One could see how rare they were, no matter how valuable they were. These strange treasures all had a common point. They were rare. Those participating in the competition were all relatively strong. They were all doing their best to search for them. According to history, most would require around 10,000 contribution points to obtain a quota. In history, there were times when the quota was slightly higher. For instance, it would require 10,000 to 20,000 contribution points to obtain a quota. Sometimes it would be slightly lower. Just 5,000 contribution points would allow one to obtain a quota, and this little contribution points would allow one to obtain a quota. One could understand the difficulty of the assassination and strange treasure missions. Dongbua Shueing, who was seated cross-legged in the pavilion, smelled the fragrance of the warm fruit wine. Suddenly, he felt something and looked over. Hua! A figure condensed on the lake in front of him. It was a yellow-robed male with a protruding forehead. Dongbua Shueing was startled. He immediately stood up. Greetings, great paragon. The person who came was one of the 9 great paragons from the Summer clan, Great Paragon Ironwind. His strength was slightly lower, comparable to Broken Sky Paragon Master from the Western Floating Nation. Actually, the majority of Paragon Masters only had this strength. But no matter what, the other party was a core member of the Summer clan. Monarch Faciua, Great Paragon Ironwind, stepped on the void with a grin. He walked into the pavilion and sniffed. This wine is truly fragrant. I wonder if I can have a few cups with you. It is Faciua's honor for Great Paragon to come and drink with you. Dongbua Shueing immediately said. Great Paragon Ironwind immediately sat down. Only then did Dongbua Shueing sit down. No other choice. Even if their strength was comparable, those from other nations would still be weaker by a level when facing a great paragon from the Summer Wind ancient nation. After all, the other party had a bunch of helpers. Furthermore, he was weaker than the other party. Amen, this wine is quite tasty. Great Paragon Ironwind placed down his wine cup. He beamed. I've heard that Monarch Faciua has captured that devil monarch Yen Fire alive. Truly admirable. It is merely luck. Dongbua Shueing answered. This isn't luck. Without the voidification technique of a monarch, how could one get close to him? Devil Monarch Yen Fire and 9 Venom Religion Master did not know about it? Without the Mirage and Illusory Realm technique, how could one easily imprison him? Great Paragon Ironwind said. Dongbua Shueing revealed a grin. You're overpraising me. Even though he said so, he was still relatively happy in his heart. Haha, that devil monarch Yen Fire did not seek his own death, right? Great Paragon Ironwind said. No. Dongbua Shueing answered. He will continue working for the Summer Wind ancient nation. Great Paragon Ironwind nodded softly, saying, I have a matter that I need Monarch Faciua's help with. Dongbua Shueing felt his heart pounding. Unless, Great Paragon, please tell me. I'll definitely help as long as I can. Dongbua Shueing immediately answered. Great Paragon Ironwind nodded. Monarch Faciua is still young. Furthermore, he has just become a cosmos god not too long ago and has yet to reach a bottleneck. There's no rush for him to break through. That is why I came here. I have a good friend in the Summer clan who has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Hence, he wishes to enter the Realm Heart God Palace. Hence, I hope for Monarch Faciua to part with his treasure and hand over this imprisoned devil monarch Yen Fire to me. Rest assured, I will definitely not mistreat Monarch Faciua. I'll fork out 30 billion cosmos crystals as compensation. Dongbua Shueing's expression changed slightly. Compensation? Once the 90,000 years deadline was up, he would be able to hand over 12,000 contribution points and a total of 10 billion cosmos crystals. Just these alone would be worth no less than 30 billion cosmos crystals, because contribution points could be exchanged for cosmos crystals, but cosmos crystals could not be exchanged for contribution points. Furthermore, it was possible for him to obtain a slot to enter the Realm Heart God Palace with his contribution points. Great Paragon, I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation too. I need to enter the Realm Heart God Palace too. Dongbua Shueing said. He was not lying. Just after becoming a cosmos god, he had broken through to the cosmos god realm in all 9 branches of the Tao of Void. Because his accumulations were too deep, he had reached a bottleneck after fusing the sky phase and earth phase over 10 billion years. He would be stepping into the level 2 cosmos god realm soon. Monarch Faciua, if you agree, I'll owe you a favor too. Great Paragon Ironwind said. Dongbua Shuang felt slightly frustrated in his heart. Favor? If it was a favor from Great Paragon Fui, it would be worth a lot. As for Great Paragon Ironwind, there was a limit to how strong he was. How useful could a favor be? Why, you aren't willing? Great Paragon Ironwind frowned. You think it is too little? Even though that good friend of mine said 30 billion cosmos crystals, I can increase it to 50 billion cosmos crystals. That should be enough to compensate for your loss. Monarch Faciua, you are still young, so why are you so anxious? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Asterisk. Chapter 1133. There would be plenty of chances in the future? Wouldn't he still have to fight for it the next time? Furthermore, his hometown origin world was constantly expanding. If he did not cultivate to the final realm of Cosmos God before his hometown was destroyed, he would not be able to save his loved ones and friends. He did not have time to waste. Great Paragon Ironwind. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes turned sharp. He stared at Great Paragon Ironwind in front of him. I must get the chance to enter the Realm Heart God Palace this time. Please forgive me for not being able to help you. You. Great Paragon Ironwind's expression changed. There's no way to be humble on the path of cultivation. Dongbua Shuiying calmly replied. His voice was filled with resolution. I have already given you a lot of face. I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. If you really want to tear apart all pretense of cordiality, you can use any move you want. I am not afraid. Reaching the level of Dongbua Shuiying, he was qualified to challenge others. There's no way to be humble? All right. Great Paragon Ironwind immediately stood up. He no longer spoke. With a step, he disappeared from the place. Dongbua Shuiying stood up. He watched silently. Summer Wind Capital. Within a luxurious residence, Great Paragon Ironwind descended from the sky. Brother Ironwind, how is it? A green-robed male came over to welcome him. Seeing the expression of Great Paragon Ironwind, he felt a knot in his heart. Younger brother Thousand, that Shan Snow Eagle mentioned something about. There's no way to be humble on the path of cultivation. He is unwilling to agree, no matter what. Great Paragon Ironwind softly shook his head. Ai, as a brother, I have no choice. The green-robed male added, I am already grateful that Brother Ironwind is willing to stand out for me. Furthermore, I am only harboring a strand of hope. If that Shan Snow Eagle isn't too eager to enter, I can naturally make a trade with him. But since he isn't willing to hand it over, so be it. I'll think of other ways. How is the progress of accumulating contribution points? Great Paragon Ironwind asked. I've thought of all ways and adding in the face of some old friends before I managed to accumulate 8,000 contribution points. The green-robed male softly shook his head. If I don't suppress that Shan Snow Eagle, it would be impossible for me to enter the top 4. Great Paragon Ironwind frowned too. This strange treasure mission is too difficult. He also wholeheartedly wanted his good friend to win a spot. His good friend, Monarch Thousand, was an elite amongst the younger generation Cosmos gods of the Summer Clan. He was also the personal disciple of Emperor Summer. He was highly regarded by several great sovereigns. Nevertheless, the Summer Clan was the head of the 3 great clans. There were many experts within, and the clan only had 2 quotas. One was reserved for the great paragons, and the other was fought over by other cosmos gods. Although Emperor Thousand was quite a dazzling figure, there were simply too many competitors for him. He wasn't able to win a spot within the clan, and so he had no choice but to fight for one of the 4 spots in the open competition. One must know that even Great Paragon Fui was participating in the competition in the outside world. There was no other way. There were too many experts in the Xia clan. There were even some unspoken rules for the factions to take turns. 8,000 mission credits aren't enough. Grand Monarch, Iron Wind, thought hard. I'm preparing to make a trip to the primogenitor ancient country to see if I can get some more mission credits, said the green-robed emperor, Lord Thousand inside a wooden house. A wide-robed male sat cross-legged on a praying mat. He was none other than great Paragon Fui. At this moment, he was looking at the person in front of him with a smile. Not far away from him, there was a bald old man seated cross-legged too. This bald old man was wearing a black robe with some crimson patterns on it. He was emitting a bloody and wicked aura. Fui, this is the golden indigo serpent fruit that you wanted. The bald old man extended his hand. A sparkling and translucent box appeared in his palm. The box automatically opened, revealing a unique fruit within. The skin of the fruit was translucent and crystalline. Within it, there were gold and blue lights revolving and chasing each other. The trajectory they chased after each other contained the aura of a supreme law. The golden indigo serpent fruit was ranked at the top of the special treasure missions. It could only be produced in the Broken Teeth Mountain range, and it could be exchanged for 30,000 mission credits. If one wanted to sell it, it was not hard to earn 80 billion cosmos crystals. It's just that most people would not sell it. Even across the entire realm Heart Great Land, there would be one less of such rare treasures after using one. Where is the item that I need? The bald old man stared at great Paragon Fui. This golden indigo serpent fruit has truly landed in your hands. Nemosa, you are truly cunning. Great Paragon Fui chuckled. The item? The bald old man coldly said. Great Paragon Fui waved his hand, causing many golden halos to appear. A total of 18 golden halos appeared. The eyes of the bald old man were blazing with passion. He wanted to snatch it over immediately, yet he did not dare to do so. This is yours. Great Paragon Fui waved his hand, causing those golden halos to fly to the side of the bald old man. Only then did the bald old man snatch it. Looking at these golden halos, his eyes turned slightly red. I finally got it! Once, he was just a step away from obtaining this treasure. It's a pity that great Paragon Fui was incredibly domineering in the past. He killed his way through and got all the treasures. Great Paragon Fui waved his hand and obtained the golden indigo serpent fruit. You are really willing to part with it. The bald old man looked at great Paragon Fui. With your identity, your summer clan would definitely give you a slot internally, right? And you even came out to fight for it? And you are even willing to give the golden indigo serpent fruit to the clan? Competing with the juniors? Great Paragon Fui chuckled. All right, Nemosa, you can leave now. All right. The bald old man immediately stood up and left the wooden house. There was a young man outside the wooden house who specially led him away. Great Paragon Fui continued, closing his eyes. A dimmed light bead floated above his head as he continued meditating. Naturally, his mentality would be different since his strength was different. In the eyes of great Paragon Fui, only unparalleled existences could make him feel threatened. He did not even care about those final realm cosmos gods who did not acquire any supreme-graded secret treasures. Hence, he was not willing to lower his status to compete with the cosmos gods within the Summer Clan. Great Paragon, previously we have collected more than 10,000 contribution points, yet we still want to collect this golden indigo serpent fruit. This special treasure is a loss for us. Even if we offer it up, the clan will only give us very little contribution points. The young man outside the house said. This young man was a unique puppet life form and was naturally loyal to great Paragon Fui. He was also the strongest subordinate under great Paragon Fui and was obtained by chance over the years. Even if we don't want the contribution points, it is a small matter to gift it to the clan. Great Paragon Fui chuckled. It is ultimately our clan. Time passed, other than a few who could remain calm during the public contest for slots in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. The others were doing their best. Even Fire Devil Paragon Master did not slack off. In the blink of an eye, it had been 80,000 years since the contest for slots began, and at this moment a piece of news spread. Black Devil Great Lake, the #1 great devil beneath the 3 great religious masters. Devil Monarch Yuan E died in the hands of Fire Devil Paragon Master. Devil Monarch Yuan E was incredibly powerful. He was also the eldest personal disciple of Yama religious master from the Black Devil Great Lake, and he was extremely fond of him. Devil Monarch Yuan E addressed himself as Yuan E. His name was similar to that mysterious and transcendental existence in the entire realm heart, great land, Yuan. One could see his ambition. As for his assassination mission, the reward was a total of 20,000 contribution points. It far exceeded that of the one that Dongbua Shuiying captured alive. Amazing! Dongbua Shuiying read through the intelligence transmitted from within the southern cloud sacred religion. It was a detailed report regarding the death of Devil Monarch Yuan E. What a good Fire Devil Paragon Master! What a pitiful Devil Monarch Yuan E. He has truly underestimated Fire Devil Paragon Master. The intelligence report described Devil Monarch Yuan E did not fear Fire Devil Paragon Master. He even treated this as a form of tempering himself. Devil Monarch Yuan E was qualified to be so confident. He was indeed qualified to fight and kill many Paragon Masters. But the strength of Fire Devil Paragon Master was much more frightening than what the outside world knew. Suddenly, Devil Monarch Yuan E was heavily injured by Fire Devil Paragon Master before being swallowed whole. After being swallowed, Devil Monarch Yuan E could no longer escape. Furthermore, he died very soon. Yama Religious Master was furious. He was the eldest disciple that Yama Religious Master favored the most. Hence, a horrifying battle ensued. Yama Religious Master fought against Fire Devil Paragon Master. Even the 2 religious masters from the Black Devil Great Lake were helping. They fought until the world turned dark. Relying on the unique environment of the Black Devil Great Lake, Fire Devil Paragon Master could not escape for a moment. He was still fighting against the 3 great religious masters. Fire Devil Paragon Master isn't willing to ask for help. He only asked for help if 1 or 2 more Paragon Masters from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation were to help. They could easily save him. Dongbua Shuiying understood this point too. This way, Fire Devil Paragon Master would have at least 20,000 contribution points. He was in danger during the contest for the quotas. Chapter 1134. Dongbua Shuiying pondered. Even though there were 4 quotas this time, Great Paragon Fui would definitely get one. In reality, it was mainly the competition for the 3 quotas. Fire Devil Paragon Master and 9 Venom Religion Master were both not easy to deal with. There were also several Cosmos gods from the 3 great clans. Their network and intelligence far surpassed Shuiying's. Intelligence. Dongbua Shuiying muttered to himself. Intelligence was very important. The special treasures on the list of special treasures were too rare. First, he had to know where to find them. Fortunately, he had his teacher, Southern Cloud King, behind him. Otherwise, he would be blinded. But the intelligence network of his teacher was far from comparable to the 3 great clans of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. The asking price of the Fan clan is too black. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head inwardly. The shops of the Fan clan could sell intelligence too. But the detailed information regarding the special treasures involved in the competition for the quotas was priced at 10 billion cosmos crystals. That was too black. This price was close to that of the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. It is too difficult to obtain these special treasures. Fortunately, I have the 9 rotation undying technique. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with expectation. 9 rotation undying technique. He had only sold it to the 3 great clans of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. He had not sold it to other ancient nations. That was to be used only during crucial moments. South, suddenly, 2 avatars appeared above the Faciua city. following that, they both executed the destructive realm teleportation technique and left. One of the avatars arrived at the Towering Sky Ancient Nation. Towering Sky Ancient Nation. Shui Ying arrived at the capital of the Towering Sky Ancient Nation. Even from outside the city, he could see a huge tree emitting golden light in the boundless capital. The tree was so tall that it pierced through the cloud layer, and its treetop was even more vast. Dongbua Shuang knew that this enormous ancient tree was the true body of Towering Sky King, the Towering Sky God Tree. Who? He entered through the city gates. Stepping on the void within the city, he soon arrived outside the royal palace. The royal palace did not have any walls. Instead, there was an enormous river that looked like a belt. In other words, this river was the palace wall. Dongbua Shui Ying stood outside the palace and looked at the magnificent, skyscraping, godly tree. He immediately bowed respectfully and transmitted his voice. Fei Shui greets the ruler of the skyscraping monarch kingdom. Ha ha ha. On the towering sky god tree, an unseen ripple enveloped Dongbua Shui Ying, monarch Fei Shui from the southern cloud nation. It is rare for you to visit my towering sky ancient nation. Come in for a chat. As an invincible existence, he was very humble. Speaking of which, there were only two unparalleled existences in the entire realm heart, great land, who had a good temper. One was Limitless City Master, and the other was Towering Sky King, Hua. Dongbua Shui Ying felt as though he had been teleported. His vision blurred, and he found himself within a luxurious palace. Above the palace, there was a simple and unadorned old man wearing a golden robe. He was none other than the body of Towering Sky King, which he used to travel outside. There were also two subordinates by his side. What matter is Monarch Fei Shui here for? Towering Sky King looked down at Dongbua Shui Ying with a smile. I have a Tao of Void secret technique that could allow one to reach the pinnacle of voidification at the primal chaos realm. Dongbua Shui Ying said, I wonder if King is interested. Is it the 9 rotation undying technique that you sold to the Summer Wind Ancient Nation? Towering Sky King asked. Yes. Dongbua Shui Ying nodded. At the same time, he was slightly startled. Towering Sky King even knew about this? Towering Sky King was relatively interested and agreed to buy it for 50,000 contribution points. Even though the Summer Wind Ancient Nation offered 150,000 contribution points, the two great ancient nations were ultimately different in strength, and the number of experts they had was different too. It was not bad for them to offer 50,000 contribution points. Naturally, this 50,000 contribution points could only be exchanged for treasures within the Towering Sky Ancient Nation. Very soon, another expert from the Towering Sky Ancient Nation appeared in the Great Palace. Paragon Master Yashi. Paragon Master Yashi. Dongbua Shui Ying bowed. In front of him was a female Paragon Master. I wish to buy the special treasure, Future Golden Pupil. I wonder how many contribution points I need from the Towering Sky Ancient Nation? 50,000 contribution points. Paragon Master Yashi beamed. This is too expensive already. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed. The Future Golden Pupil could be exchanged for 15,000 contribution points in special treasure missions. Even though the uniqueness of the quota to enter the Realm Heart God Palace resulted in the low contribution points, the true value of the Future Golden Pupil was only between 20,000 to 30,000 contribution points from the Towering Sky Royal Clan. Now, it required 50,000 contribution points. That was double the price. There are quite a few experts from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation who want this Future Golden Pupil. Paragon Master she wasn't anxious at all. Oh, then there's no other way. Dongbua Shui Ying answered. He wasn't a fool, even though the quota was important. But its value was limited in the Realm Heart Great Land. To the absolute majority of experts, the Realm Heart God Palace would only open occasionally over the years. Most of them entered for the sake of breaking through, and some for the sake of top-graded secret treasures. But in reality, even if they entered, the chances of obtaining one were relatively low. Hence, the value of the quota should be much lower than that of a top-graded secret treasure. 50,000 contribution points from the Towering Sky royal clan? Not worth it. Naturally, the reason why he was so calm was because he had sold the 9-rotation undying technique in the Icy Snow Ancient Nation. The Icy Snow Ancient Nation had 3 unparalleled existences, and their foundation was much stronger than the Towering Sky Ancient Nation. Hence, Xue Ying paid a total of 90,000 contribution points to the Icy Snow Ancient Nation. He merely spent 30,000 contribution points to exchange for a special treasure he needed, the Blood Drop Ice Crystal Pillar. In the special treasure mission, it was worth 16,000 contribution points. Looking from this angle, the price given by the Icy Snow Ancient Nation was reasonable. It should be sufficient. The mission of Devil Monarch Yan Fire gave me 12,000 contribution points, and the Blood Drop Ice Crystal Pillar should be worth 16,000 contribution points too. Altogether, I have a total of 28,000 contribution points. Dongbua Shuang thought. One had to know. The majority of Paragon Masters weren't that wealthy. Southern Cloud King was absolutely one of the wealthiest existences in the entire Realm Heart Great Land. Even for the quota to enter the Realm Heart God Palace, unless Paragon Masters disregarded everything to enter, the price they had to pay would be limited. What about 28,000 contribution points? Dongbua Shuang thought. Most of the contribution points given for this mission are very low. I've lost at least 20 billion cosmos crystals by offering them up. Fortunately, he had created the 9-rotation undying technique. Otherwise, how could he be so satisfied? That Paragon Master, yes, she subsequently reduced the price. The closer it was to the 90,000-year limit, the lower the price. It's a pity that Dongbua Shuai Ying still found it too expensive. Secondly, he felt that he should have enough. He had exchanged for some other items in the Icy Snow Ancient Nation and Towering Sky Ancient Nation. He even went to look for some experts to exchange for some low-priced special treasures. Hence, he gathered a total of 30,000 contribution points. 30,000 contribution points. I don't believe I can't get a quota. Dongbua Shuai Ying was determined to get it. That was why he paid such a huge price. Show. On the final day of the contest for the quotas, Cosmos gods who participated in the contest rushed over from various places to the royal palace of the Summer Wind capital. Even some Cosmos gods who did not participate in the contest rushed over. Naturally, those who could enter the royal palace were usually from the 3 great clans. Southern Cloud Nation, Yingshan Snow Eagle. It's him. He should have accumulated quite a lot of contribution points. Quite a few Cosmos gods noticed that white-robed young man who entered the royal palace. Dongbua Shuai Ying was led by an attendant directly to a side hall. Within the side hall, there was that yellow-robed old man who was the array spirit of the royal palace. Elder Xia, Dongbua Shuai Ying said, I've heard that only you and Fire Devil Paragon Master have succeeded in the assassination mission this time. Elder Xia chuckled. I was lucky too, Dongbua Shuai Ying said. He then passed a wristband to Elder Xia. There are some treasures within this Eden treasure, as well as Devil Monarch Yan Fire, who has been sealed by me. Devil Monarch Yan Fire did not resist at all. That was why Dongbua Shuai Ying sealed his strength. Elder Xia nodded and received the wristband. He rapidly checked through it and could not help but look at Dongbua Shuai Ying with shock. Devil Monarch Yan Fire was captured alive. In a while, an attendant will give you another 10 billion cosmos crystals, including the special treasures. 30,000 contribution points? That is quite high, but whether or not you can get a quota will have to wait until the deadline. By then, the top 4 will get a quota. I know. Dongbua Shuai Ying felt slightly nervous in his heart. He hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. According to his experience, 30,000 contribution points should be sufficient. Chapter 1135. Night descended. Within a side palace hall in Summer Wind capital, candles were lit, illuminating the entire palace hall. The group of cosmos gods were seated. Delicious wine and delicacies were placed on the table in front of them. There were female attendants serving them by the side. Even though they were chatting happily, the group of cosmos gods was still looking forward to the selection of slots. This time, only Monarch Feishue and Fire Devil Paragon Master have completed the assassination mission. In my opinion, Monarch Feishue will definitely get one of the 4 slots. Thank you for your auspicious words, Dongbua Shueing said as he held onto his wine cup. There were more than 60 cosmos gods seated within the palace hall. They were all here for a cup of wine and to join in the fun. After all, the selection of slots to enter the Realm Heart God Palace was an amazing event. Those who came from outside the nation, like Western Floating Old Ancestor, were not qualified to enter. Only when the inner city of the Realm Heart God Palace opened would he be able to try his luck during the chaotic battle. Hua! Amidst the round of toasting, a figure suddenly appeared at the center of the palace hall. It was that yellow-robed old man, Elder Summer. The group of cosmos gods became alert. They immediately greeted politely. I'm here. Dongbua Shueing felt his heart tightening. 30,000 contribution points. Even in history, I will definitely enter. No other choice. Even if other cosmos gods were determined to enter, they would only enter after reaching a bottleneck. Even if they failed, it would not affect them too much the next time they entered. But it was different for Dongbua Shueing. The next time he entered, perhaps the next time the Realm Heart God Palace opened, his hometown origin world would have entered the next era. It has begun. Emperor Thousand was also sitting there, watching silently. His eyes were filled with passion. I've prepared a total of 18,000 merit points, which is far more than the merit points for Ingshan Snow Eagle's assassination mission. With so many merit points, it should be enough for me to enter. This time I have to enter. Amen, Fire Devil Paragon Master revealed a grin. He was filled with confidence. Great Paragon Fui sat there smiling. He was calm and indifferent. Under the attention of all cosmos gods, the yellow-robed old man Elder Summer grinned. The time is up. It is too late to offer any treasures. At this moment, the ranking of contribution points has been determined. This time the first is Great Paragon Fui with 50,000 contribution points. 50,000. So many? With Great Paragon Fui's identity, he should be able to get a position in the Summer Clan with just a word. Why did he spend 50,000 contribution points? Everyone present was speechless. One had to know that because it was a competition for the slots, the mission merits were on the lower side. Offering it up would be a huge loss. If it could be exchanged for 50,000 contribution points, it would be a loss of at least 50 billion universe crystals. This was something that even a supremacy would feel distressed over. Even the Scarlet Cloud Divine Spear and 5-phase beads in Dongbua Shueing's hands were not worth that much. Impressive. Dongbua Shueing's heart sank. He had undeniably obtained a slot. Humph. The corner of Fire Devil Paragon Master's eyes twitched when he heard that. He originally thought that his contribution points should be close to Great Paragon Fui's, yet the gap was so huge. This time the second ranked. The yellow-robed old man's voice reverberated across the palace hall. Is Monarch Feishue with 30,000 contribution points. Schwa. At the same time, many cosmos gods turned to the white-robed young man seated there. All of them were startled. This Monarch Feishue who came from the Southern Cloud Nation was too ruthless. 30,000 contribution points? He is a new cosmos god, yet he is willing to offer up so many unique treasures. He only earned 12,000 contribution points from capturing Devil Monarch Yen Fire And other than that, he actually prepared a total of 18,000 contribution points. That's crazy. Usually, 10,000 contribution points would be enough to get a slot. He is really willing. Southern Cloud King is supporting him from behind. He is indeed the wealthiest Paragon Master. Even if Southern Cloud King is rich, he shouldn't be supporting his own disciple so extravagantly, right? 30,000 contribution points. There was an uproar in the side palace hall. Everyone was discussing this matter through voice transmissions. The status of Great Paragon Fui was too high. He was vaguely approaching unparalleled existences. Hence, everyone could understand how much he contributed. Monarch Feishue, Shan Snow Eagle, was not even a Paragon Master. Yet, he contributed so many contribution points. That was too frightening. This time, the third ranked is Fire Devil Paragon Master. The yellow-robed old man continued. 26,000 contribution points. Fire Devil Paragon Master indifferently chuckled. Clearly, he did not feel too joyful. Great Paragon Fui contributed nearly twice as much as him. Even a junior was able to suppress him. Fire Devil Paragon Master, who cared a lot about his reputation, naturally felt uncomfortable. Actually, getting a slot was considered a success. It's just that Great Paragon Fire Devil cared too much about his reputation. He was so prideful that he was not willing to join the 3 great clans. He ruled over a superpower by himself. The fourth ranked. The yellow-robed old man continued. The palace hall became silent. Quite a few cosmos gods participating in the competition felt nervous. There was only one slot left. It's me. It must be me. I've prepared 18,000 contribution points, and it's impossible for me not to get into the top 4. Monarch Thousand Yang's eyes were filled with blazing expectations. It's Mount Spring Island Master with 20,000 contribution points. The yellow-robed old man, Old Summer, announced the final slot with a grin. Great Paragon Fui, Monarch Feishue, Fire Devil Paragon Master, Mount Spring Island Master. Congratulations to the 4 of you. Currently, the Realm Heart God Palace is gradually opening. Once it fully opens, Emperor Summer will naturally bring everyone into the Realm Heart God Palace. Saying that, Old Summer dissipated and left. Ha! Brother Feishue, congratulations for spending so much effort to enter the Realm Heart God Palace. Truly admirable. Brother Feishue, you have truly made us envious. I have yet to enter the Realm Heart God Palace, even after cultivating for so long. The palace hall was filled with sounds of congratulations. Some congratulated Dongbua Shuang, Fire Devil Paragon Master, and Mount Spring Island Master. There were also a few who went to congratulate Great Paragon Fui. Even though the temper of Great Paragon Fui was relatively good, he would usually give off the feeling of strangers don't get close to him. Only Paragon Masters and a few who were close to him would take the initiative to congratulate him. At that moment, some cosmos gods stood up and left. The purpose of this gathering was to wait for the quota. The moment the quota was announced, they could leave. Great Paragon Fui also stood up and left. Fire Devil Paragon Master casually said a few words before leaving too. Interesting. 9 Venom Religion Master chuckled. In reality, he did not earn any contribution points in this mission. He participated in the competition. Only a few would risk their lives to enter. The majority were just observing the situation. If they felt that the chances of entering were high, they would work hard to accumulate contribution points. If they felt that the chances were low, they would not be willing to fork out any contribution points, just like usual. For instance, there were 4 quotas. None of them completed the assassination mission, and none of them were like Great Paragon Fui, who was determined to get a quota. Under normal circumstances, everyone would not fight too hard, and 10,000 contribution points would suffice. Furthermore, if one was lucky, he could get a quota with 6,000 to 7,000 contribution points. But this time, It was said that there were 4 quotas because Great Paragon Fui was equivalent to 3, and because Dongbua Shwe Ing and Great Paragon Fire Devil had completed the assassination mission, it had raised the threshold of competing for the quotas. The majority of those who participated in the competition just to try their luck would immediately give up after seeing this, because they understood that the competition for the quotas this time was clearly difficult. Even if they got a quota, they would have to pay a huge price, and it was not worth it. They had a long lifespan. At most, they would wait for the next time, and the reality was as such. The 4th-ranked candidate had earned a total of 20,000 contribution points. That was madness. I actually didn't enter. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Monarch Thousand Yang's expression was slightly ugly. He had left early too. Dongbua Shwe-ing was in a good mood, but he could feel that the group of cosmos gods from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation were vaguely unhappy that an outsider had snatched a quota. Other than a few who were familiar with him, the majority of them rejected him. To this, Dongbua Shwe-ing did not care. It was normal for him to reject him. After all, the Summer Clan and Song Clan did not accept experts from outside the nation. Only the Fan Clan accepted experts from outside the nation. It was impossible for them to treat him as one of their own. To him, the Summer Wind Ancient Nation was also a form of help. It was sufficient for him to get a chance to enter. Snow Eagle, you actually earned 30,000 contribution points this time? Why did you pay so much? Southern Cloud King transmitted over. He was relatively delighted. He had just found out about the top 4 quotas from his good friend. Since I have captured Devil Monarch Yen Fire, I naturally have to grab hold of this opportunity. This time, the competition is too intense. If I don't earn enough contribution points, I might as well get more. Dongbua Shwe-ing transmitted back. Amen. The Realm Heart God Palace is indeed worth entering. Grab hold of this opportunity. If you are lucky enough to get a top-graded secret treasure, you'll have profited greatly. Southern Cloud King was relatively happy. Dongbua Shwe-ing had naturally made up his mind. He then returned to Feishua City alone. Within the monarch residence in Feishua City, he began closed-door cultivation. He was waiting for the day when the Realm Heart God Palace opened completely. Chapter 1136. Green feather-like snowflakes drifted down. Under the pavilion by the lake, steam rose from the wine cup. A white-robed Dongbua Shwe-ing sat cross-legged under the pavilion. He was currently drinking from the warm wine cup. He had many avatars. The other avatars were focused on cultivating, and one was wandering outside. Primarily, he was temporarily stuck at a bottleneck in the Tao of Void. Even when the sky phase and earth phase fused together, there was still a strand of disharmony. The world was quiet. None of the female attendants dared to disturb him. There was only that huge magic dragon lying obediently by his side. It breathed out blazing air from its nostrils. The world is endless. If I had sufficient leisure time, I could bring Jingqiu along and use the Great Destruction Realm teleportation to travel across the myriad of origin worlds, seeing different civilizations and different sceneries. It's a pity that I still can't use the Great Destruction Realm teleportation. Furthermore, the danger of my hometown is right in front of me. Dongbua Shwe-ing muttered to himself. One day, one earth. That is the world I see. When I was a transcendent deity, the biggest world I saw was a cosmos. Only after that did I find out that the cosmos is just a part of an origin world. Now, we also know that in the higher realms there are many origin worlds as well, many in number. The true appearance of the world is something only existences like Yuan could truly understand. The world seems limited and boundless at the same time. Dongbua Shwe-ing suddenly revealed a grin. The surrounding void was ringing. The lake ahead was trembling. Many fishes were jumping around in panic. Dongbua Shwe-ing was casually pouring wine for himself. Just previously, he broke through the bottleneck of fusing the sky phase and earth phase. He had truly stepped into the Level 2 Cosmos God realm. It had been 10 billion years since he became a Cosmos God. With his deep foundation in the Tao of Void, he had reached the Cosmos God realm in all 9 branches. With such accumulation, he had easily broken through to the Level 2 Cosmos God realm. This was within the expectations of Dongbua Shuang. Who would have thought that he would break through before entering the Realm Heart God Palace? This breakthrough was also a fundamental improvement to his strength. The avatar, located far away in his hometown Primal Chaos Void, had broken through from Level 1 Cosmos God to Level 2 Cosmos God. And over at the Realm Heart Great Land, Dongbua Shuang could also unleash the absolute art created by his teacher, Southern Cloud Sacred Master, to grand perfection. He first cultivated the Southern Cloud Sacred Body to the 12th level grand perfection. Furthermore, by relying on the grand perfection Southern Cloud Sacred Body, it was sufficient for him to unleash the power of the 2 absolute arts, Arch Destruction and Spectacular Painting, to grand perfection. Like the Scarlet Cloud Divine Spear, he could now display its full potential, and he had the demeanor of the Scarlet Cloud High Lord back then. Ha 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 ha! In the quiet room, holding the Crimson Cloud Divine Spear in his hand, Dongbua Shuang, whose cultivation base had greatly improved, was now able to perfectly activate every single part of the Crimson Cloud Divine Spear. When he activated it to the extreme, a faint, dark vortex appeared at the tip of the spear. As long as it isn't a peak-tier treasure, I can unleash its full potential. Dongbua Shuang now had the confidence to fight a High Lord head-on. Before, even though he could fight once or twice, he was completely suppressed and forced to flee. Now, he had the confidence to fight for more than 100 rounds. It was one aspect that he could perfectly unleash the power of the secret treasures in his hands. Another aspect was that his avatar technique had reached grand perfection. Avatar technique. Dongbua Shuang directly punched out. The surface of his entire body was glowing faintly. When he punched out, the surrounding world abruptly collapsed and converged. Eventually, a pitch-black hole about half the size of a human appeared. Turbulent chaotic origin energy surged in. It seemed that the chaotic origin energy from regions far away from the origin world was also surging in. It was too concentrated and too massive. This was the pinnacle of arch destruction. When he punched out, it was tyrannical to the extreme. At this moment, techniques like arch destruction, spectacular painting, and 5 phases sealing technique were no longer any different. Because at the Primal Chaos realm, the 5 phases sealing technique relied on the fusion of 5 branches. Only then could it transcend beyond arch destruction and spectacular painting. And the grand perfection technique of arch destruction was a move that fused a total of 5 branches together. Spectacular painting was also a move that fused 4 branches together. Currently, Dongbua Shuang had merely fused 2 branches together. He had to rely on the 12th level grand perfection Southern Cloud Sacred Body before he could execute these 2 techniques. Naturally, the power of these 2 techniques was comparable to the grand perfection level of 5 phases sealing technique. The closer he got to the peak, their techniques were also comparable. It was just that they leaned towards different aspects. For instance, the Scarlet Cloud domain was a domain aspect, and the arch destruction was a frontal attack. The 5 phases sealing technique was used to trap the enemy, and the Great Destruction Realm teleportation was a technique that allowed one to leave the origin world and head to another origin world. It's a pity that the Southern Cloud Sacred Body was created to complement the arch destruction and spectacular painting. The Great Destruction Realm teleportation required one to fuse 6 branches together. Furthermore, he did not have the corresponding secret treasures to aid him. He could only slowly cultivate it. Even if he could execute it, it was meaningless, because what he pursued was to bring other life forms with him through the Great Destruction realm teleportation. That was something only final realm cosmos gods could achieve. Each and every one of them is a unique skill created by our predecessors in different directions. Currently, I am standing on the shoulders of the predecessors. That's why I could grasp them so rapidly. Dongbua Shueing understood this point. Realms and techniques were two different concepts to begin with. Reaching the realm. Techniques had to be created by himself, or he could learn from others, like the Scarlet Cloud combat technique. Why did the Summer Wind Ancient Nation not impart it to outsiders? Precisely because this secret importation technique was too difficult to deal with once it was cultivated to the later stages. Why was the 5 phases sealing technique precious too? Just look at how Devil Monarch Yen Fire was trapped by Dongbua Shueing. Usually, it was hard to kill an expert of similar strength. But the 5 phases sealing technique allowed experts of similar strength to kill the other party. If the other party could not escape, he would be sucked into the 5 phase beads. That would be the end. Hua, 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 the surging chaotic origin energy transformed Dongbua Shueing's soul once again. The restrictions imposed by the supreme law became weaker. Many faint light rays flew out from the bodies of Dongbua Shueing. They flew to the side and condensed into new bodies. Many bodies were condensing. At the same time, his soul was rapidly recovering and becoming stronger. More and more avatars were sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room. More than 100, more than 1,000. The originally spacious cultivation room was now filled to the brim with many figures. It could no longer hold any more. Since he has cultivated the avatar technique to this stage, it is incredibly difficult to kill him. Dongbua Shueing thought, as long as one avatar survived, that avatar would not die. Currently, it could not be considered heaven-defying, because if one wanted to kill him without the protection of Southern Cloud King, terrifying existences like Limitless City Master could still kill all avatars of Dongbua Shueing in the realm heart, great land with a thought. As for the protection of Southern Cloud King, it was not completely flawless. Like Limitless City Master, Emperor Summer, and a few others, they could kill all other living beings within the Southern Cloud Nation other than Southern Cloud King. It's just that Southern Cloud King had relied on the fan clan of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. Emperor Summer would not act for no reason. Limitless City Master was even an unparalleled existence with the best temper. No matter what, if he executed the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique and sent several avatars to other origin worlds, then Dongbua Shueing would be qualified to be ranked as an absolute hero. 10,081 avatars. Dongbua Shueing spent 2 days before he succeeded. With so many avatars, it could be said that he had many avatars. But under the condition of maintaining the perfect soul and heart force, he could only maintain 9 great avatars. Nonetheless, this allowed Dongbua Shueing to not only become much stronger, his cultivation speed had also increased. Hometown, Primal Chaos Void, Lost World Corridor. Senior. The strongest destruction devil of this era, Emperor June, was currently looking respectfully at the figure in front of him. This was a muscular expert covered entirely in silvery white scales. There were a total of 12 silvery white horns on his head, and he had a silvery white scaled tail. His aura was not considered strong. It seemed to be at the primal chaos realm. But Emperor June felt respect from the bottom of his heart, because in the past, when he traveled across many sacred worlds in the dark and reached the level 2 Cosmos God realm, he would often see this senior in his dreams when he was half asleep. In his dreams, this senior would guide and teach him, allowing him to cultivate rapidly. You have currently reached the pinnacle of level 2 Cosmos God realm. The silvery-scaled, muscular figure coldly said, "Currently you must break through as soon as possible and reach the final realm of Cosmos God. After reaching the final realm, make use of the opportunity to destroy. Being a destruction devil, the more you destroy, the more benefits you will receive from the origin world. It is only in this era. In the next era, you won't receive such benefits, even if you destroy. Yes, this Junior understands. Emperor June lowered his head. The destruction devils were born for the sake of destruction. The origin world gave birth to them precisely for them to destroy. The more they destroyed, the more benefits they would receive. And this was limited to a single era. In the next era, he would no longer be qualified to destroy on behalf of the supreme law. First reach the final realm before destroying, and you will receive a huge reward. It will allow you to accumulate sufficient strength. Only in the subsequent eras can you work hard to break through the cage and reach the next level. The silvery-scaled, muscular figure waved his hand, causing a black flower to float in front of Emperor June. This is a cultivation treasure. It will be greatly beneficial to you. Don't disgrace me by not even reaching the final realm of Cosmos God. The silvery-scaled, muscular figure said. Senior, please rest assured. Emperor June replied. Go. The silvery-scaled, muscular figure suddenly felt something. He waved his hand, and Emperor June immediately bowed respectfully before retreating. And on this void corridor, the voice of another indigo-robed male appeared on the other side of the silvery-scaled, muscular figure. Lord Lo Cheng. The silvery-scaled, muscular figure revealed a grin. Long time no see. Why? Do you have any objections to me guiding the descendants of my destruction devils? Brother Jean. The indigo-robed male was none other than Lord Lo Cheng. At this moment he sighed indifferently. Why the need? Isn't it better to give these brats more time? As long as a comrade emerges. So what if more of them die? This junior Emperor June is a destruction devil. He naturally has to destroy. The more he destroys, the more benefits he will receive. And this opportunity only exists in this era. Only in this era can he act on behalf of the supreme law. Once he misses this opportunity, he will forever miss it. The silvery-scaled, muscular figure chuckled. I am merely guiding the destruction devils. I did not violate the agreement in the past. All right, I have personally brewed some wine. Do you want to have a taste? Lord Lo Cheng nodded. All right. You are too benevolent. Every moment, countless beings are dying and being born. Why do you care so much? The silvery-scaled, muscular figure chuckled. Chapter 1137. Within the primal chaos void, there was a huge ship traveling. Within the ship were Dongbua Shuang, Jing Qiu, Dongbua Yu, Dongbua Qingyao, and some of the younger generations of the siblings. The majority of the others were cultivating in some of the meditation rooms on the ship. As for Dongbua Shuang and his wife, they were in a spacious hall on the ship. They were looking at the outside world through the transparent walls of the ship. The primal chaos void was lonely, and all sorts of destructive materials were hidden within. Through the primal chaos void, they could see a huge cosmos in the distance. As the ship moved forward, the cosmos was rapidly getting closer and further away. Another floating continent could be seen. Even with Dongbua Shuang and Jing Qiu's strength, they could see the countless life forms on the floating continent. Snow Eagle, when your soul was forced to dissipate by Sacred Master, this is the day I looked forward to the most. Jing Qiu and Dongbua Shuang were seated cross-legged. They were drinking the fruit wine they liked. Jing Qiu's taste was different from Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang preferred plain wine, and Jing Qiu preferred unique and stimulating fruit wine. The primal chaos void is really huge. There are so many cosmos too. Jing Qiu looked to the distance. As the ship got closer, the cosmos became bigger in front of her, even though there are a few great sacred worlds. Dongbua Shuang said, but in reality, the total number of life forms in the cosmos far exceeds that of the sacred world. For the sake of chasing after the destruction devils, Shuang was clear of how many cosmos there were. Ever since the primitive ancient sacred world shattered, The ancient sacred world, like sacred masters, is only about 1% of its original size. The myriad ancient sacred world, Eastern unicorn sacred world, and ancestor mother world are even worse off than the ancient sacred world. That time after the primitive ancient sacred world shattered, the origin source energy dissipated. Many cosmos were born, and the life forms in each cosmos seem unremarkable when compared to the sacred world. But when they are densely packed together, they far surpass the sacred world. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "Fortunately, every cosmos repels outsiders. Hence, it is hard for Sacred Master to spread his religion." Amen? Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu turned their heads to look. A blurry silhouette passed through the palace wall from the outside and entered the hall. The silhouette solidified. It was a man in a dark blue robe. Lord Locheng. Dongbua Shui-ing stood up in shock. "Greetings, Lord Locheng." Jing Qiu also stood up and bowed. At the same time, she said, "Snow Eagle, you guys talk." Jing Qiu immediately retreated. Only Dongbua Shui-ing and Lord Locheng were left in the hall. Dongbua Shui-ing felt curious and puzzled at the same time. Lord Locheng had a unique status in the primal chaos void. Even though he was helping the group of cosmos gods to fight against the sacred master, in reality, Lord Locheng was very mysterious, and it was rare to see him act. Nonetheless, nobody dared to belittle this Lord Locheng. Dongbua Shui-ing had been adventuring in the realm heart great land. Hence, he was even more respectful towards Lord Locheng. He was clear. An existence who had been suppressed to the primal chaos realm by the supreme law was still able to reach the boundary of level 2 cosmos god. How terrifying was that? Dongbua Shui-ing. Lord Locheng said, "I wonder why Lord Locheng is here." Dongbua Shui-ing asked, "You have reached the level 2 cosmos god realm? What a great talent. It isn't any weaker than your great void heaven temples, Sword Master." Lord Locheng said. Dongbua Shui-ing was inwardly startled. He had yet to publicize the matter of him breaking through. If he did not display it, how would Lord Locheng know about it? Don't be nervous. As you stand there, you can sense the degree of integration with the surrounding origin world. The surrounding void will fluctuate along with your willpower. All of these reveal your realm, and I can see through it with a single glance. Lord Locheng said. Dongbua Shui-ing was stunned. Degree of integration with the origin world, void, and willpower? He understood it. But why did he feel that it was unfathomable? In his opinion, he had comprehended the Tao. If he did not display it, it would be impossible for him to see through it. You have yet to jump out of this cage. If there is a day when you can jump out of this origin world, you will understand. Lord Locheng said. Lord Locheng has already jumped out of this cage. Dongbua Shui-ing felt startled. He immediately asked. Lord Locheng nodded. Dongbua Shui-ing could not help but feel his heart racing. He had long guessed that Lord Locheng's realm was abnormally high. It's just that the other party had been suppressing his power at the primal chaos realm. Thus, he guessed that the other party should be from another origin world. It's just that he did not dare to confirm whether the other party had reached the legendary realm, jumping out of this origin world cage and reaching another level of life. I came here because I have something to tell you, Lord Locheng said. Originally, I thought that this origin world would need one. 80032, 1 billion years before the Great Apocalypse would occur. According to the normal expansion of an origin world, this should be the case. It's just that there is a variable. The speed of the apocalypse of your hometown might be greatly accelerated. Greatly accelerated? The pupils of Dongbua Shui-ing dilated. The comprehension ability of Emperor Jun of the Destruction Devils is extremely high. He has already reached the final limit of level 2 Cosmos God. With the help of another chaotic origin expert, it is highly possible for him to break through to the final realm of Cosmos God. The moment he breaks through, being a destruction devil born in this era, he is born to destroy. The more he destroys, the more the supreme law of the origin world will bestow upon him. Emperor June will definitely destroy, wantonly. If a final realm cosmos god destroys as he pleases, it would greatly increase the rate of destruction of the entire origin world. Lord Loqing said. Dongbua Shui Ing could not help but ask, another chaotic origin expert helping? What is a chaotic origin expert? His strength isn't any weaker than mine. Lord Loqing said. Dongbua Shui Ing understood. That was also a terrifying existence that could jump out of the cage of the origin world. Some of those in the same generation as me feel that even if all living beings in an era die, a final realm cosmos god could be born. Then this era is considered not bad. Only a final realm cosmos god could survive under the destruction of the supreme law and have the possibility of jumping out of this cage. Lord Loqing said, but I feel that all living beings should be given a chance. In your era, only you and the Sword Master have some hope. Lord Loqing extended his hand. A black seed appeared in his palm. He lightly threw it. The seed landed on the metallic ground of the hall. Chi! Without a sound, the seed quickly sprouted. Its roots pierced into the ground and swayed as it grew rapidly like a vine. Its leaves were emerald green, and flower buds began to appear. There were a total of 9 flower buds of different colors. 1 flower, 1 world. Lord Loqing said, every world will have its birth and wither and be destroyed. The moment your true body enters these 9 world flowers, the world flowers will gradually blossom until they wither. From blossom to wither, it will only take 100,000 years. Myriad existences will be born in every world. Many living beings will reproduce, but they are all mortals. There are no transcendents appearing. But these worlds will wither within a short 100,000 years. Its void is constantly changing, and it is a supreme treasure for comprehending the Tao of void. The 9 world flowers represent the different interpretations of the Tao of void. They represent 9 opportunities. World flower seeds are rare. Cherish them well. I can only do this much for your era. Lord Loqing said. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at the 9 world flowers in front of him. He could not help but feel startled. He knew. A huge opportunity. It was absolutely a huge opportunity. This was something he could not get even in the summer wind ancient nation. He could hear that Lord Loqing should be helpful to both him and Swordmaster. Treasure your time and grab hold of this opportunity. Luo City, Lord glanced at Shui Ing. The remaining time is short, and it might seem unfair to you. It might seem unfair, but there is no such thing as absolute fairness. I understand. Many thanks, Senior. Dongbua Shui Ing felt grateful in his heart. Lord Loqing chuckled. When he helped others, it was based on their character. For those with a wicked personality, no matter how talented they were, it would be good if Lord Loqing did not sabotage them in the dark. Hua! Lord Loqing's figure soon dissipated. Dongbua Shui Ing had a solemn expression. At this moment, he understood why Lord Loqing rarely asked about various matters in the past. To such existences, the experience in the primal chaos void was most likely a simple journey. Lord Loqing was like a spectator observing everything. World flower. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at the 9 flower buds in front of him. With a thought, an avatar immediately appeared by the side. After all, he had a total of 9 avatars here in the primal chaos void. The soul of this black-robed avatar rapidly rose. Even the soul of his current physical body had become slightly weaker. The black-robed avatar had reached his peak state. Every world flower, from blooming to withering, only takes 100,000 years. The black-robed avatar then dived into a pink flower bud at the lowest level. As the black-robed avatar got closer, The pink flower bud became bigger and bigger in his vision. It became bigger and bigger until it was boundless, and his body entered a vast world. Chapter 1138. The world was in a state of primal chaos. When Dongbua Shue Ing landed on the ground, the myriad existences had yet to be born. There was only the surging energy spreading in all directions. Thunder clapped, the gale whistled, the waves rose to the sky, and the volcanoes erupted, and the black-robed Dongbua Shuang was seated cross-legged on a mountain peak. Being a cosmos god, he enveloped the entire world with his consciousness. He was carefully sensing the intense changes happening in this world. 1,000 years later, the world became distinct, and the world became stable. Plants, fishes, and insects were born. All sorts of animals appeared. There were even humans with dense hair appearing. At this moment, they were very barbaric. Ho! Ho! A team of savage hunters discovered a black-robed man seated on the mountain peak. There were all sorts of phenomena happening around the black-robed man. There seemed to be an endless world behind him, and the surrounding void was either collapsing, tearing, or slicing apart, but all of them were restricted within a region of 100 meters. These savages were speaking a simple language. At the same time, they were carefully approaching the black-robed man. They were curious about a being who had smooth skin and was similar to them. But when they reached 100 meters away from the black-robed man, they could no longer get any closer. There was an unseen obstruction obstructing them. This group of savages looked at each other. They let out low growls before kneeling down and kowtowing. Thus, there was a tribe in the surroundings that had a totem. On the totem, there was a black-robed man seated cross-legged. Dongbua Shue Ing was constantly sensing the changes in the void within this world. The mountain peak he was at was covered in a bewildering array. Only a fortunate person could get close to him every 100 years. He was practicing some of the phenomena, and if one's comprehension ability was high enough, he should be able to comprehend some profound mysteries. Dongbua Shue Ing wanted to make use of this opportunity to see if it was true that transcendence could not be born in this world where there were only ordinary beings and no transcendence. There was a young man who was fortunate enough to see Dongbua Shue Ing through the bewildering array, comprehending an absolute sword technique that could defeat 10,000 soldiers with a single sword. There was also an old man who saw Dongbua Shue Ing through the bewildering array and comprehended a cultivation technique. He lived for more than 100 years, yet he could not be considered a transcendent. Dongbua Shue Ing soon understood. From blooming to withering, the world flower changed too quickly. It was changing, the void was changing, and the internal laws were changing. Even if he comprehended a small portion of the law's profundities, the laws of the world would continue to change. What he had comprehended in the past was already outdated. He could no longer use the world's energy. With the speed at which the world was changing, no matter how talented he was, he would not be able to become a transcendent. Even if he succeeded, the rules would change and his strength would immediately decrease, turning him back into a mortal. Only after becoming a cosmos god could the surrounding laws avoid him. That was why he was not affected at all. How mystical! The laws can also change continuously. Dongbua Shue Ing exclaimed in surprise. And the evolution of the Tao of void, all sorts of void Tao were being displayed. If an invincible existence were to demonstrate his moves for the younger generation to watch, it would be incredible if he could only demonstrate it 8 or 10 times. But this world flower was equivalent to slowly practicing an entire set of void path moves for 100,000 years. Dongbua Shue Ing reckoned that even after reaching the final realm in the Tao of void, the other party would not be able to display such comprehensive techniques. A single world flower seems to have reached the peak of the void Tao. 9 world flowers represent 9 opportunities. If the other world flowers are different, could they evolve into something new? Dongbua Shue Ing was looking forward to it. He felt as though his horizons were being broadened. Even the personal disciples of unparalleled existences did not enjoy such treatment. It's a pity that 9 opportunities would total 900,000 years. It would be better if it was longer. Realm Heart, Great Land. Dongbua Shue Ing arrived at the capital of Southern Cloud Nation. Teacher, I wish to cultivate the Southern Cloud sacred body to the 12th level grand perfection. I need 2 sets. Dongbua Shue Ing found his teacher, Southern Cloud King. Southern Cloud King was slightly startled. 2 sets. Previously, he had given a set to Dongbua Shue Ing, because he had said before that once his disciple's realm reached a certain level, he would give him the materials to cultivate the Southern Cloud sacred body for free. Naturally, he would only give him 1 set. Otherwise, with so many avatars, how could a new avatar continue cultivating after the death of an avatar? Even if he was wealthy, it was impossible for him to provide a huge amount of precious materials. This is the Devil Heart Bell. It is just nice to exchange for 2 sets. Dongbua Shue Ing chuckled as he passed it over to his teacher, Southern Cloud King. Southern Cloud King hesitated slightly before receiving it with a smile. Originally, he did not care about it, but if he kept giving benefits to his disciple, this disciple would feel uncomfortable in his heart. I haven't collected many materials required to cultivate to grand perfection, Southern Cloud King chuckled. And you want 2 sets at once? Adding the previous time, you will have 3 sets. Why do you need so many? It is sufficient for you to have 1 main avatar when fighting outside. You still have the 5 phase beads and the Scarlet Cloud God Spear. Whether you cultivate the Southern Cloud sacred body or not, it won't be of much help to your strength. I have a plan, Dongbua Shue Ing said. It seems you brat must take a huge gamble this time after entering the Realm Heart God Palace. Southern Cloud King waved his hand, causing a golden ring to fly over to Dongbua Shue Ing. This storage wristband contains 2 sets of materials. Amen. Dongbua Shue Ing received it. 2 sets of materials were extremely expensive. The price was comparable to that of the Devil Heart Bell. Actually, the Devil Heart Bell was useless to him currently. It had been 10 billion years since he became a cosmos god. Even though his attainments in the mirage and illusory realm were far inferior to his Tao of Void, he had still reached the cosmos god realm in the world. Bewilderment and desire branches. The other 2 branches were still stuck at the primal chaos realm. As for fusion, that was far from it. One had to know that not long after breaking through in the Tao of Void, he had reached the cosmos god realm in all 9 branches. And now he had even fused the sky phase and earth phase together, reaching the level 2 cosmos god realm. His improvement was much faster than in the Tao of Mirage. No other choice. His foundation in the Tao of Void was deeper. In the past, he had been comprehending the Mirage and illusory realm by himself. Currently, he had obtained a precious heart realm scripture, but this scripture was merely a level 2 cosmos god scripture. It was not sufficient in guiding the mirage and illusory realm. Like the chaotic origin Tao scroll, just the body cultivation technique required one to fuse 8 branches together. Furthermore, the guidance on fusing each branch was extremely detailed. Furthermore, his teacher, Southern Cloud King, was a great expert in the Tao of Void. He had all sorts of scriptures. Furthermore, he created the 9 rotation undying technique by fusing all 9 branches together. Regardless of whether it was his foundation or external conditions, they were too good. Comparatively speaking, cultivating the mirage and illusory realm was much more taxing. The Devil Heart Bell was merely a level 10 cosmos god mirage and illusory realm treasure. It contained 2 great techniques, bewilderment sound and world. Both branches of Dongbua Shue Ing had reached the cosmos god realm. Hence, he did not need the Devil Heart Bell to execute them. He could even execute 3 branches at the same time. With these 2 sets of materials, I should be able to become much stronger. This time, I must grab hold of this opportunity to enter the Realm Heart God Palace. Dongbua Shwe-ing thought. He understood that before his hometown primal chaos void was destroyed, he would most likely not have a second chance to enter. Finally, 100,000 years after the realm Heart God Palace started emitting ripples, everyone, come to the Summer Wind Imperial Palace. Emperor Summer's voice sounded by the ears of Dongbua Shwe-ing. Within the cultivation room, 9 Dongbua Shwe-ings were seated cross-legged here. Even though he had more than 10,000 avatars, only 9 could maintain their peak state. It is time to set off. The 9 of them stood up. Hua! The other 8 turned into light and entered the Eden treasure. As for Dongbua Shwe-ing, he simply waved his hand, opening up a destruction realm teleportation path that led out of the Summer Wind capital. Arriving outside the capital, Shwe-ing entered through the city gates. Stepping on the void, he soon arrived at the Imperial Palace. He had arrived practically at the same time as Fire Devil Paragon Master. The 2 of them were also the last to arrive. Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsong. Dongbua Shwe-ing saw the 2 of them. Emperor Summer was still dressed in a black, luxurious robe. His unseen aura was illusory, yet it felt high up as if he was looking down on the masses. As for the other, Emperor Tsong, his surroundings were vast and boundless. Vaguely, there was a great terror emanating from him. It felt as if every action of his could kill some cosmos gods. But Dongbua Shwe-ing understood that it was because they had supreme-graded, secret treasures that they could have such terrifying power. Everyone is here. Emperor Summer swept his gaze across before nodding. Remember, you are not allowed to bring any other life forms along, not even pets bred, as long as they are intelligent life forms. Every single one of them will represent a quota. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the others understood this common knowledge. Naturally, no matter how many avatars or incarnations one had, they were still a single life form because they shared the same soul. Go. Emperor Summer and Emperor Tsong then brought them along. Hua! In an instant, they arrived above the vast and boundless black prison Yin Sea. Here, the waves were surging and the seawater was dark. Emperor Summer brought the group of cultivators and charged downwards. Almost instantaneously, they had penetrated through the entire seawater layer. Pu. Deep within the seawater, there were many layers of unseen obstructions. That was the obstruction emitted by the Realm Heart God Palace. After penetrating through the stone layer beneath the sea, in the blink of an eye, Dongbua Shwe-ing and the others could see a huge chain of palaces deep underground. They were emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire place. Many of the palaces were emitting auras. Some were from top-graded secret treasures, and some were from supreme-graded secret treasures. All sorts of auras permeated the place, causing every cosmos god to feel excited. Chapter 1139. Myriad Realms Ancient Nation, Summer Wind Ancient Nation, Icy Snow Ancient Nation, Primogenita Ancient Nation, Towering Sky Ancient Nation, and Moonflower Ancient Nation. Experts from the 6 great ancient nations arrived one after another. Fui and Jia Luosha are entering this time too? A man wearing a huge black cloak said with a smile. He had black skin, and there were some red patterns on his skin. His eyes were as red as blood jade. He was none other than Extreme Knight Primogenitor from Primogenita Ancient Nation. How rare! Fui hasn't entered for a long time, right? Jia Luosha, you just entered the previous time, right? Why are you entering again? You have to give the juniors some chances. You can't monopolize everything. A total of 8 unparalleled existences appeared. They were none other than Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsong, Drifter, Extreme Knight, Primogenitor, Moonflower King, and others. All of them had avatar techniques. Even Moonflower King had cultivated the Tao of Void to the primal chaos realm and obtained the Apex Avatar technique, allowing him to refine a second avatar. Southern Cloud King's avatar technique was considered ordinary in the realm Heart Great Land. It was far inferior to the lineage of Myriad Realm Tavern Master Mount Chime. I've always been stuck at a bottleneck. This time I decided to enter to seek for opportunities. Great Paragon Fui chuckled. It's Brother Moonflower who asked me to enter. I have to listen to Brother Moonflower. Jia Luosha was an absolute beauty wearing a translucent white muslin robe. But in reality, she was a fierce and ambitious character that was famous across the entire Realm Heart, Great Land. She was even vaguely stronger than Yama Religion Master and Western Floating Old Ancestor. However, she had pledged allegiance to the Yuehua monarch, and the Yuehua monarch had become her brother and sister. In addition, Garosa was a demon among demons and was extremely powerful. Even invincible existences could not kill her. So many invincible existences gave her face. The 8 unparalleled existences, Great Paragon Fui and Jia Luosha, were conversing. Even though Great Paragon Fui and Jia Luosha were relatively humble, they were clearly respected by the unparalleled existences. As for the others, the unparalleled existences did not care about them. Since they could easily kill them, why would they care? Of the remaining 29, close to half of them were Paragon Masters. Those weaker than Shui Ying could be counted with one's fingers. They were all absolute geniuses, nurtured by the various superpowers. Even in the Realm Heart God Palace, there were experts from their clans helping them. As for Dongbua Shui Ying, who came from the Southern Cloud Nation, it was fated that nobody could shelter him in a place like the Realm Heart God Palace. Hua, Eternal Night Primogenita, swept his gaze across. An unseen soul ripple swept across every single cosmos god present, causing Dongbua Shui Ying to feel uncomfortable. He could not help but look at Eternal Night Primogenitor. Eternal Night Primogenitor was similarly draped in a black cape, just like Extreme Night Primogenitor, just that his cape had golden patterns on it, making it more dazzling. Eternal Night Primogenitor had a fair complexion and was slightly more handsome. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everyone's soul. I've checked. No one is secretly carrying other living beings. Emo Tian Monarch said with a smile. Enter. Eternal Night Primogenitor ordered. He and Extreme Night Primogenitor brought the 3 cosmos gods in. Let's go. Let's go. The 6 ancient nations split into 6 teams and entered. Dongbua Shui Ying naturally followed Emperor Xia, Emperor Tsang, and the others. There were a total of 12 of them. Only the team from the Myriad Realms Ancient Nation could compete with them. As for the teams from the Moonflower Ancient Nation and Towering Sky Ancient Nation, they only had 2 people. The main entrance of the Realm Heart God Palace was tall and towering. At this moment, it was wide open. Dongbua Shui Ying followed the team through the entrance. At the same time, the surrounding space started transforming. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on a stone path shrouded in white fog. Ahead of the stone path was a fork. There were 3 paths. All of you be careful, Emperor Xia instructed. So. He and Emperor Tsang immediately flew in different directions. They began their exploration journey. I wish everyone good luck. Great Paragon Fui chuckled. He chose a direction and flew over. In the blink of an eye, the 3 strongest experts in the team had left. Only 4 Great Paragons, 2 Level 2 Cosmos Gods, and 3 Level 1 Cosmos Gods remained. According to the rules set by the 3 great clans, we will have to split up. What we can obtain in the Realm Heart God Palace would depend on our luck. Paragon Master Pu Su chuckled. The others also looked at Dongbua Shui Ying, Fire Devil Paragon Master, and Mount Spring Island Master. Their eyes were either filled with pity, expectation, or calmness. The messy-haired male, who carried a god sword on his back, looked at Dongbua Shui Ying. He seemed to want to say something, yet he chose not to. Go, Paragon Master Pu Su said. At that moment, his body let out a mystical light. This light enveloped a total of 6 people. They were members from the 3 great clans of the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, a total of 3 great paragons and 3 level 1 cosmos gods. Hua. As time changed, they silently disappeared from the vicinity. On this stone path, shrouded in white fog, only Dongbua Shuang, Fire Devil Paragon Master, and Mount Spring Island Master remained. The 3 great clans are too petty. They aren't even willing to bring us around the Realm Heart God Palace. Fire Devil Paragon Master snorted. Fire Devil Paragon Master, can we travel together? Mount Spring Island Master could not help but flatter the other party. The Realm Heart God Palace wasn't an easy place to barge into. By following an expert, the chances of success would be greater. Fire Devil Paragon Master glanced at him before snorting. Bring you along? I'm afraid you will spoil my plans. Saying that, Fire Devil Paragon Master chose a path and left. Mount Spring Island Master's expression sank slightly. He glanced at Dongbua Shuang by the side before being too lazy to care about him. He chose another path and left. Realm Heart God Palace. Shuang stood on the stone slab path. He had obtained some intelligence from his teacher, Southern Cloud King, and understood some of the information. The Realm Heart God Palace was vast and vast. Its interior was unpredictable, but those like Emperor Summer would enter it almost every single time. Over the long years, Emperor Summer should have grasped many patterns. Nonetheless, it was impossible for Southern Cloud King to obtain much information regarding the interior of the Realm Heart God Palace. As for Southern Cloud King himself, he rarely entered the palace. The 3 great clans would definitely know a lot of information. Emperor Summer and the others had already ordered that the 3 great clans were forbidden from bringing honored guests along. Allowing honored guests to enter was considered a gift from the 3 great clans. Why would they bring them to some important places in the Realm Heart God Palace? I'll have to depend on my luck. Dongbua Shuang thought. The interior of the Realm Heart God Palace was filled with many mechanisms. The more valuable the treasure, the more dangerous it would be. Once one got through, one would obtain the treasure. Furthermore, one could continue exploring other places. But if one failed, it would be fine since there was no danger to his life. Instead, he would be teleported out, sent out of the Realm Heart God Palace. This time, his adventure in the Realm Heart God Palace would end. Hence, the Realm Heart God Palace itself wouldn't put cultivators in danger of dying. Instead, it was other cosmos gods who would kill one another for treasures. Those who died in the Realm Heart God Palace were unquestionably killed by other cosmos gods. Who? Dongbua Shuang proceeded forward. Looking at the 3 paths ahead, he casually chose the path on the right. You don't even have a High Lord to help you, yet you dare to come here and take the risk? Fire Fiend Supremacy carefully walked. In his heart, he had sentenced Mount Spring Island Lord and Imperial Lord Feishua to death. The 2 of them will probably be expelled empty-handed. Fire Devil Paragon Master was powerful, and he was famous for being tyrannical in the Summer Wind Ancient Nation. But now he was extremely careful. The members of the 3 great families were also advancing. Paragon Master Pu Su, Great Paragon Lu Tian, and Paragon Master Bewitching Sword were discussing with one another. As for the other 3 level 1 cosmos gods, they could head to some regions under the protection of the 3 great paragons. It should be the left. Paragon Lord Pu Su and the other 5 had entered a huge maze. Yes, let's go. They had the intelligence that Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsong, and Ancestor Fan had imparted to them regarding the various regions in the Realm Heart God Palace. This made it much easier for them to deal with any predicaments they encountered. Furthermore, the 3 great paragons were helping each other. For instance, even though Great Paragon Lu Tian might not be unparalleled existences and could not be killed, his combat strength was terrifying and could rival that of Great Paragon Fui. For example, Paragon Pu Su cultivated the Tao of Time, and his techniques were strange and unfathomable. Paragon Master Bewitching Sword was also the youngest great paragon in the Tsang clan. He had a heaven-defying talent. With the three of them working together, and with the large amount of intelligence from Emperor Summer and the others, they could even seek for help during crucial moments. I really don't understand why that Shan Snow Eagle didn't take Ancestor Fan as his teacher in the past. Instead, he chose to take that Southern Cloud King as his teacher. Humph. I believe he should be regretting it now. That's right. Even if he could force his way into the Realm Heart God Palace, he would likely be trapped in one or two dangerous locations. He wouldn't be able to endure for too long before being expelled out. Those 3 level 1 Cosmos gods could easily follow along. Under the protection of the other party, it was too easy. And just like what they expected, Dongbu Shueing was indeed in the dark. Amidst his cautiousness, he still fell into a dangerous situation. Chapter 1140. Originally, he was walking on the stone road, passing through several forks. Everything was peaceful, but suddenly he stepped on one of the stone slabs, causing it to sink in. A heaven-shaking suction force acted on his body, directly swallowing Shueing inside. After that, the stone slabs returned to normal, and he was once again walking on an ordinary stone road. And deep underground, in a deep cave, Dongbua Shueing fell here. He immediately stood up and carefully observed his surroundings. Even if that expert Yuan from a higher dimension wanted to leave an opportunity for the weak, he would still set up many traps. Dongbua Shueing murmured inwardly. Lord Locheng was so generous to give him a world flower seed. Of course, firstly, it was because he and Lord Locheng were acquainted. Secondly, his hometown was rapidly approaching the Great Apocalypse. That was why Lord Locheng would give him such a gift. If I had taken Ancestor Fan as my teacher in the past, it might have been much easier. Dongbua Shueing gave a self-mocking chuckle. He did not regret it. After all, when he reincarnated into the Realm Heart Great Land, he could not predict that he could create the 9-rotation, undying technique. If he knew that he was so formidable, he was confident of accumulating enough contribution points to exchange for the Avatar technique after entering the core of the Fan clan. But it's a pity that even at his current realm, he could not predict his future accomplishments. That was why he chose his teacher, Southern Cloud King. He had long gotten the Avatar technique. The Realm Heart God Palace is unpredictable. Even if I could figure out some patterns, it isn't that easy to get the treasures. Dongbua Shueing was convinced of this point. The difficulty of getting the treasures in the Realm Heart God Palace was incredibly high. Yuan would definitely not let these juniors get the treasures easily. Even if I act alone, it is hard to say who would benefit more in the end. Hua. Wielding a scarlet cloud god spear, Dongbua Shueing carefully walked in the deep cave. According to the intelligence given to him by his teacher, he should not fly recklessly in the Realm Heart God Palace. He should not easily escape. If there was a path, he should walk along it. If there was a flight of stairs, he should walk along it. It was much safer this way. Emperors like Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsang, and Great Paragon Fui dared to fly because they were strong and had the confidence to deal with all kinds of dangers. Other than the top experts, even grand monarchs had to behave themselves. This place. Dongbua Shueing tried his best to sense his surroundings, but he could only feel a boundless might spreading out in all directions. The range of his senses was extremely small, and any further expansion would be blocked. Along the way, chi. After walking for an hour, he was still moving forward in the dark underground tunnel. Suddenly, a sound came from the front. Dongbua Shueing raised his guard. An insect with a shiny black carapace crawled out from one of the walls, staring at Dongbua Shueing with its beady eyes. Both parties were merely several hundred kilometers apart. This distance was considered short at the Cosmos God level. However, Dongbua Shueing's domain did not detect it at all before it drilled out of the wall. Shwa! It instantly disappeared. At the same time, it appeared before Dongbua Shuiying. Its pair of sharp claws pierced through Dongbua Shuiying's chest. Nevertheless, this figure gradually dissipated. So fast. Dongbua Shuiying, who wielded his spear, appeared at another location. Even though the suppression of the entire realm heart god palace prevented him from teleporting, and his scarlet cloud domain could only be maintained for 50 kilometers by relying on the god spear, it was sufficient for him to evade the ambush of this strange beetle. This beetle is incredibly fast. It is much faster than me. Its offensive power seems to have reached the level 2 cosmos god level. Dongbua Shuiying immediately deduced. The black beetle suddenly spread open its carapace wings. Chi, 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 violet lightning was swimming around. Shwa, shwa. The black beetle's speed increased once again. It frenziedly attacked Dongbua Shuiying. Pow! Even if Dongbua Shuiying could rely on his scarlet cloud domain to evade, it was futile against the frighteningly fast speed of the other party. Just 3 clashes later, the claws of the black beetle clashed with Dongbua Shuiying's spear. The black beetle was forced to retreat. Its small eyes stared at Dongbua Shuiying. Ho! It suddenly let out a majestic roar. Chi, chi, chi. Very soon, sounds of chi, chi, chi could be heard coming from the surroundings. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. At that moment, many black beetles drilled out of the cavern walls. Several hundred black beetles were located at different locations within this cavern tunnel. I have just entered the realm heart, God Palace. Dongbua Shuiying no longer had the leisure mood he had before. Previously, he had the thought of researching the strength of the black beetle. But now he was only thinking of not being chased out of the realm heart, God Palace, by these black beetles. According to the intelligence, the moment he could no longer withstand the dangers within the realm heart god palace, he would be teleported out. By then his journey in the realm heart god palace would come to an end. He was not willing to fail just like that. Wang Shuiying was truly going all out. He relied on the Devil Emperor gown to unleash the mirage and illusory realm. The grand illusory realm spread out in all directions. At that moment, those black beetles began shaking their heads as if they were drunk. Closely following that, they fell onto the ground and no longer had the strength to resist. Without a sound, they all sank into the depths of the ground, disappearing in an instant. Fortunately, my mirage and illusory realm can restrain them. Dongbua Shuiying thought. The mirage and illusory realm was one of his main killing moves. After all, even great paragons relied on top-graded secret treasures to be that strong. Their souls were no different from ordinary, level 2, cosmos gods. Facing against Dongbua Shuiying's mirage and illusory realm, most cultivators had to divert part of their heart force. They could no longer exert their full strength. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years passed. I am out. Dongbua Shuiying finally saw the light coming from ahead. With his vision, he could easily see through the end of the passage to the vast canyon outside. Even though he was excited, he still carefully walked through the final section of this tunnel. When he walked out of the cave, Dongbua Shuiying could not help but feel excited. I've been trapped underground for over 20,000 years. Shuiying glanced at the passage behind him. This underground passage seemed to be boundless and filled with many dangers. Shuiying had tried his best to think of ways to survive until now. He had even used some life-risking techniques to survive until now. Fortunately, I've exchanged for 2 sets of materials for my teacher before coming to the Realm Heart God Palace, allowing me to cultivate the Southern Cloud sacred body to the 12th level, grand perfection. Shuiying thought, if not for this move, I'm afraid I would have been expelled from the underground world. Every time the Realm Heart God Palace opened, many cultivators would enter. Furthermore, most of them had some background. Those like Dongbua Shuiying who did not have any background could be counted with one's fingers. But even so, those with a strong background and detailed information provided by unparalleled existences were few and far between. Amen. Dongbua Shwe-ing saw an enormous canyon in front of him and a metal bridge that led across the canyon. He immediately walked along a small path towards the entrance of the metal bridge. According to the information provided by his teacher in the Realm Heart God Palace, one had to walk on the path, cross the bridge, and take the stairs. Regardless, one had to follow the intentions of the creator of the Realm Heart God Palace. That way, one would not suffer much. If one were to be foolish and not walk on the metal bridge, and instead fly across the canyon, a huge crisis would descend immediately. Of course, it was a different story if Emperor Summer and the others dared to resist. Given his strength, it was better for him to walk obediently. So cold, walking on the metal bridge. The metal bridge was incomparably cold. As Dongbua Shwe-ing walked on it, an unseen chill seeped through his feet and into his entire body. It felt as if the pinnacle of voidification could not completely resist it. The pinnacle of voidification was often restrained in the Realm Heart God Palace. Clearly, to experts who had jumped out of this cage world, the pinnacle of voidification was not worth mentioning. Halfway across the metal bridge, the boundless frost soon condensed into a mutated beast whose entire body was covered in frost. He had a long tail and 3 heads. Kill. Instantly, Dongbua Shwe-ing split into 3. 3 Dongbua Shwe-ing's aura shot up into the sky. One of them carried a spear on his back and relied on the spear to execute a combined technique. An enormous maelstrom appeared in between the 3 Dongbua Shwe-ings. Every single one of them emitted a faint light and punched out at the same time. For a moment, 3 terrifying forces rapidly converged at a single point. Hong, Grand Perfection, Arch Destruction. 3 avatars, combined technique. That frost-mutated beast was already having a hard time under the effects of the mirage and illusory realm. Following that, an enormous pitch-black hole appeared in front of it. This frost-mutated beast was directly torn apart by the pitch-black hole. The remaining parts of its body were also destroyed by the shockwave from this attack. Settled. The 3 Dongbua Shwe-ings stood on the metal bridge. They revealed a grin. He had fought underground for over 20,000 years and had already perfected the fusion technique of Arch Destruction and Scarlet Cloud Combat technique. Grand Perfection Arch Destruction was originally a great killing technique that fused 5 branches together. Furthermore, it was famous for its power. 3 techniques were perfectly fused together using a combined technique. Its power was even more horrifying. It should have reached the boundary of level 3 Cosmos God standard and was currently the strongest technique of Dongbua Shwe-ing. After encountering 3 waves of danger on the metal bridge, Dongbua Shwe-ing arrived at the other end of the bridge. To the distance, he could already see a palace hall. I can finally see the palace hall. Dongbua Shwe-ing felt excited in his heart. According to the experiences of the predecessors, the palace hall would usually contain treasures, but similarly it would be more dangerous. Dongbua Shwe-ing took a step forward and was about to enter the palace hall. An unseen ripple restricted Dongbua Shwe-ing. Following that, Dongbua Shwe-ing felt his vision turning illusory. Encountering danger again? Don't make me stay underground for another 20,000 years. Dongbua Shwe-ing felt anxious. He had already seen the palace hall. Why would he encounter danger again? The void teleported. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked ahead in a daze. This was an enormous public square. At the center of the public square, there was a pagoda that was 10 levels tall. As for the surroundings of the public square, it was shrouded in white fog. This place? Dongbua Shwe-ing was slightly dazed. Little brat, the pagoda in front of you is the Chaotic Origin Pagoda. There are 10 levels in the Chaotic Origin Pagoda. Once you reach the 5th level, you will be able to obtain top-graded secret treasures. The higher you go, the more benefits you will get. Every Realm Heart order holder would have such an opportunity after crossing through 2 layers of regions when they first came to the Realm Heart God Palace. You will only have one such opportunity in your life. You should grab hold of it. A voice reverberated in the mind of Dongbua Shuang. At the same time, a large amount of information related to the chaotic origin pagoda appeared. Dongbua Shuang was startled. He immediately understood. Chaotic origin pagoda. In the Realm Heart God Palace, anything with the name chaotic origin was extraordinary, and reincarnated cultivators with the Realm Heart order would only be qualified to enter the Realm Heart God Palace after crossing through 2 layers of regions safely. This was also a gift given by Yuan to those who obtained the Realm Heart order. Now that the opportunity was given, it would depend on the juniors whether they could grab hold of it or not. Even though the crisis in this Realm Heart God Palace has descended too suddenly, the opportunity has descended too suddenly. Dongbua Shuang held his breath. Chapter 1141. Dongbua Shuang looked up at that 10-story pagoda located at the center of the plaza. His excited heart gradually calmed down. He had thought of ways to obtain an opportunity to enter the Realm Heart God Palace, and even got 2 additional sets of materials to cultivate the Southern Cloud sacred body. Wasn't it because he wanted to become stronger so that he could survive longer in the Realm Heart God Palace and obtain more opportunities? Even though he could improve gradually by immersing himself in cultivation. But time waits for no one. Nobody knew when his hometown origin world would undergo a great apocalypse. With the guidance of predecessors or the help of experts who jumped out of the cage from a higher dimension, his cultivation speed would greatly increase. I've paid so much and struggled until now, all for the sake of an opportunity. And now it has arrived in front of me. Dongbua Shuang thought. Even Yuan mentioned that such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. Once I miss it, I will no longer have another chance. I must grab hold of this opportunity. Otherwise, I'll definitely regret it in the future. Dongbua Shuang did not wish for his hometown origin world to undergo a great apocalypse, leaving him alone in the Realm Heart, great land to grieve. This was not what he wanted. Dongbua Shuang walked on the lonely plaza. He arrived before the pagoda and looked upwards. The pagoda had 10 levels and reached into the clouds. He then lowered his head and entered the pagoda. The interior of the pagoda was huge. At the center was a pillar. Surrounding the pillar were wooden stairs that led to a higher level. The moment Dongbua Shuang took a step up the wooden stairs, he felt a boundless energy repelling against his body. He could not help but take 2 steps back. It seems I have to finish carving the walls of the first level before I can enter the second level. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. He then turned his gaze to the central pillar. On the circular pillar were many profound array diagrams. They were all Tao of void array diagrams, a total of 10 array diagrams. I've successfully carved all 10 array diagrams on the walls of the pagoda, and I can enter the second level. Dongbua Shuang swept his gaze across. There were exactly 10 walls on the first level of the pagoda, and these walls were completely bare. Previously, when that existence that seemed to be Yuan transmitted to him, he had also transmitted information regarding the chaotic origin pagoda. The chaotic origin pagoda had a total of 10 levels. For each level, he had to carve 10 diagrams on the inner walls of the pagoda. The diagrams all originated from the central pillar. He had to learn it, and the carving was successful. Of course, he couldn't give himself unlimited time. The maximum time limit was 1 million years. If one could not carve a single array diagram within 1 million years, it would be a failure. According to the final achievement, there would be different levels of bestowment. As long as he could finish carving the inner walls of the 4th floor, he would be able to step onto the 5th floor. Even if he failed, he would be given a suitable peak grade secret treasure. 5 layers, 6 layers, 7 layers, 8 layers, 9 layers, even 10 layers. The more they could successfully complete, the more exaggerated the rewards they would receive. Amazing! Dongbua Shui Ing looked up at the 10 array diagrams on the central pillar. They are all profound mysteries related to the Tao of Void. Furthermore, they coincidentally fuse the profound mysteries related to the sky phase and earth phase. Unless this chaotic origin pagoda displays different array diagrams according to the realm of the person who comes, he had met Lord Lo Ching before. Dongbua Shui Ing no longer found it strange that those chaotic origin experts who jumped out of the cage and entered the higher dimension could easily determine his realm. What made him startled was that the chaotic origin pagoda could set different trials according to the person who came. Every array diagram can last at most 1,000,000 years. Dongbua Shui Ing thought, I can only stay in a single level of the pagoda for at most 10 million years. 10 million years might seem long, but in reality, to Cosmos gods, it was just a short period of cultivation. I must spend the full 10 million years in every level, Dongbua Shui Ing rapidly decided, and during this period I must do my best to comprehend the Tao of Void. Lord Lo Ching has given me a total of 9 world flowers. It is worth it even if I spend 7 to 8 flowers during this period of time. No matter what, he had to keep 1 flower. He would keep it for when he fused all 9 branches together and broke through to the final realm Cosmos God. Dongbua Shui Ing's avatar in his hometown Primal Chaos Void was currently cultivating and feeling the mysteriousness of the world flower. His understanding of the Tao of Void was continuously improving. Actually, Dongbua Shui Ing had just broken through to the level 2 Cosmos God realm not too long ago. He had yet to reach a bottleneck and was improving continuously. It was just that he had the world flower that greatly accelerated his improvement. 10th level of the chaotic origin pagoda? Dongbua Shui Ing could guess it himself. He believed it would get harder the higher he went. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Clearly, Yuan was testing the absolute geniuses who obtained the Realm Heart Order and reincarnated within a relatively short period, within a few tens of millions of years, to see how far they could improve. Clearly, those who obtained the Realm Heart Order were all geniuses, but only the most dazzling and most talented amongst them were worthy of being nurtured by Yuan. Ever since Lord Lo Cheng gave him the World Flower Seed, saying, I can only do this much for your era, Dongbua Shui Ing understood that the more heaven-defying an item was, the more chaotic origin experts could not take it out whenever they wanted. It was rare to see such an item. Chaotic origin pagoda, it was a kind of trial. Only those who were sufficiently outstanding were worthy of being nurtured by Yuan. No matter if it is Yuan or Lord Lo Cheng, or even that expert who nurtured Emperor Jun, it seems they are existences from a higher level. They wish for us to reach their level. Dongbua Shui Ing suddenly had this thought. Some absolute experts. They would want to destroy the geniuses they saw. They wanted to obstruct them. They did not wish for the geniuses to reach his level. But Yuan, Lord Lo Cheng, and the one who nurtured Emperor Jun, the 3 chaotic origin experts he knew of, did not obstruct him. Instead, they were helping him. Why am I thinking so much? To them, reaching the final realm of Cosmos gods is barely possible for them to fight for a higher realm. Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head inwardly. He knew that this final step would be very difficult. Like all the final realm Cosmos gods he knew, including Emperor Summer and the others, including Sacred Master and Old Monster Stone, he had never heard of anyone breaking through to that final step. Wait till I become a final realm Cosmos god before I can understand these secrets. Dongbua Shui Ing no longer thought about it. Staring at the pillar before him, he carefully examined the 10 array diagrams. Let's begin. The 10 array diagrams on the first level were based on the fusion of the 2 branches of the Tao of Void, Sky Phase and Earth Phase. Dongbua Shui Ing's foundation was originally deep, because he had reached the final realm Cosmos God in all 9 branches, and currently he was cultivating in the World Flower at his hometown. Hence, he comprehended the 10 array diagrams after a short moment. If he was willing, he could easily complete the carvings on the inner walls. But he was not in a rush. He had to spend the full 10 million years. The longer he spent, the greater his improvement would be. He had just become a level 2 cosmos god not too long ago and had just gotten the world flower. What he needed was time to grow. Time passed. Dongbua Shwe-ing would carve an array diagram on the last day of every million years. He easily completed it in one go. A world flower would take just 100,000 years from blooming to wilting. Dongbua Shwe-ing, be it the avatars in his hometown primal chaos void or the many avatars here, were all doing their best to comprehend it. During the 100,000 years when the world flower bloomed, he would improve the fastest. After it wilted, he would continue to reflect on it. Even after 3 million years, he still improved at a rapid pace. Later on, his improvement would naturally slow down. Even though he was improving at a rapid pace, the 9 branches of the Tao of Void were vast. Fusing them together would result in endless, profound mysteries. The 10 million years is up. On the last day of 10 million years, when Dongbua Shwe-ing finished carving the 10th array diagram, the wooden stairs of the pagoda immediately let out light. Above him, there was a rumbling sound. The higher levels, which were originally obstructed by an unseen restriction, could now be seen with a single glance. Following that, Dongbua Shwe-ing walked up the wooden stairs. This time, he did not feel any repulsion. Soon he arrived at the second level of the chaotic origin pagoda. Sweeping his gaze across, the second level of the chaotic origin pagoda similarly had a circular pillar at the center. On the circular pillar were 10 array diagrams. The surrounding walls of the pagoda were empty. Dongbua Shwe-ing did not waste any time. He calmly observed the more profound 10 array diagrams on the circular pillar and began studying them. Asterisk. Chapter 1142. The array diagrams on the second level were indeed more profound. Dongbua Shwe-ing dissected them one by one. Even though he encountered some difficulties, he was able to comprehend them after spending some time. Over 1,000 years after stepping into the second level pagoda, Dongbua Shwe-ing had comprehended 8 array diagrams. As he comprehended the 9th array diagram, he suddenly became startled. Fusing 3 branches together, Dongbua Shwe-ing might feel joyous in his heart, but it was not strange for him to break through. One had to know that the Tao of Void had a total of 9 branches. When one reached the level 2 cosmos god realm, most would fuse 3 branches together relatively quickly. It wasn't too difficult to fuse 3 or 4 branches together, but the further one went, the harder it would become. At the final, fusing 9 branches together, it had even obstructed many absolute experts. His foundation was sturdy, and he had comprehended the entire process of a world flower from blooming to withering. Currently, it had been more than 10 million years, and it was natural for him to fuse 3 branches together. But it's the array diagrams. As I was comprehending the array diagrams, I managed to break through the final bottleneck, allowing the sky phase, earth phase, and empty phase to completely fuse together. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked at the array diagrams on the pillar in front of him with great joy. These array diagrams, other than being a trial, are actually a form of guidance for me to improve. The array diagrams were indeed becoming more profound. But precisely because of this, his understanding of the Tao of Void would become deeper as he comprehended them. His realm would naturally improve. The chaotic origin pagoda, other than being a trial, is by itself an opportunity to guide me in cultivation. Dongbua Shwe-ing felt delighted. 9 branches of the void. Sky phase, earth phase, violent phase, mist phase, origin phase, empty phase, line phase, myriad phase, and nirvana phase. Like the arch destruction which Southern Cloud King imparted to Dongbua Shwe-ing, its core was the empty phase lineage. Using the empty phase lineage as the foundation and absorbing the other 4 phases, only then could one reach grand perfection. Naturally, Dongbua Shwe-ing was relying on the Southern Cloud sacred body to unleash the power of grand perfection. Continue. Dongbua Shwe-ing had just fused 3 branches together. Inspiration was gushing out like a spring. He allowed the avatar at his hometown primal chaos void to consolidate its realm, while the avatar at the realm heart great land continued comprehending these array diagrams. The 9th and 10th diagrams were easy. In truth, these two diagrams were still used to guide the fusion of the sky aspect, earth aspect, and emptiness aspect. Now that the fusion had been successful, it was only natural that he would be able to quickly understand these two diagrams. Guide my cultivation. Dongbua Shueing was overjoyed. The reason why he did not realize this when he was on the first level of the pagoda was because he was cultivating in the world flower and had accumulated a lot of experience. He quickly understood the 10 diagrams on the first level of the pagoda and did not feel that they were of much help to him. On the second floor, he was immersed in cultivation and did not think too much about it. Only when he was breaking through did he realize that these formation diagrams were extremely helpful in fusing 3 meridians together. The world flower is an opportunity bestowed upon me by the Lord Locheng. From the looks of it, it's probably the only great opportunity he's bestowed upon me. The chaotic origin pagoda is also a great opportunity given to the possessor of the realm heart order the first time he enters. Furthermore, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Both of these great fortuitous encounters only happen once. Dongbua Shueing was clear that this might be the fastest time he could improve in the cosmos god realm. After all, he had 2 great opportunities with him, but it would be better for him to improve faster, because if he missed this opportunity, it would be hard for him to find another opportunity to improve by leaps and bounds in the future. Time passed. Within the chaotic origin pagoda, Dongbua Shueing was fully focused on cultivating and comprehending those array diagrams. His avatars in the 2 origin worlds did not relax for a single moment, and in the Realm Heart Great Land, many experts who entered the Realm Heart God Palace in the past were chased out too. For instance, Mount Spring Island Master, who obtained 4 quotas from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation, was chased out just 3,000 years after entering the Realm Heart God Palace. He was also the first of the 12 experts from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation to be chased out. The second was a level 1 cosmos god from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation's Tsong clan, Eyebrow Windmaster, who was chased out 10 million years after the opening of the Realm Heart God Palace. Clearly, he had the help of Paragon Masters from the 3 great clans. It was amazing for a level 1 cosmos god to survive until now. Following that, more experts were chased out. 50 million years later, Great Paragon Lu Tian and Fire Devil Paragon Master were chased out at the same time. At this moment, not many experts from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation remained in the Realm Heart God Palace. Other than Emperor Summer, Emperor Tsong, and Great Paragon Fui, the remaining ones were Paragon Master Pu Su, Paragon Master Bewitching Sword, Monarch Wu Hua, Xiao Wu Hua, and the only honored guest, Monarch Fei Xue, Shan Snow Eagle. It is fine if it is Monarch Wu Hua. He is a core member of the Summer Clan and is suspected to be a reincarnator. Not only do we have detailed intelligence, he is also protected by the experts from the 3 great clans. That Monarch Fei Xue did not have detailed intelligence and could only walk blindly. Even Fire Devil Paragon Master has been chased out, yet he is still inside. Similarly, an honored guest, Mount Spring Island Master, who did not have detailed intelligence, was chased out after just 3,000 years or so. He has stayed inside for over 50 million years. There were experts from the 6 great ancient nations who entered the Realm Heart God Palace. Naturally, the higher-ups from the 6 great ancient nations were concerned about it. As for the other ancient nations, they could only click their tongues in astonishment when Monarch Fei Xue managed to stay inside for so long. As for the higher-ups from Summer Wind Ancient Nation, they felt complicated because, according to logic, those who were not part of the 3 great clans could not stay in the Realm Heart God Palace for too long. This time, Snow Eagle had stayed inside for too long. Unless this disciple of mine has some unknown techniques, is it because he wants to enter the Realm Heart God Palace so much? Southern Cloud King could not help but exclaim, staying inside for over 50 million years. That was too difficult. Let's hope he becomes stronger. Southern Cloud King soon frowned in distress. He looked at the scroll in his hand. This teacher of mine is too good at causing trouble. I'm afraid he might affect my Southern Cloud Nation. He did not have any relationship with his teacher, but in the past, for the sake of acquiring the twin realm blade, he had sworn an oath. And the oath was harsh. Usually, a teacher would not demand too much of his disciple. For instance, when he accepted Dongbua Shui-ing as his disciple, his requirements were relaxed. If he were to make a harsh oath, Dongbua Shui-ing would most likely choose to take Ancestor Fan as his teacher instead. I did not have a choice in the past. The Twin Realm Blade was the only thing I relied on to turn the situation around. Furthermore, I thought he had fallen. Southern Cloud King shook his head. This cheap teacher of his was too frightening and wicked. His name represented death. The harsh oath he made was in line with his way of doing things. Who would have thought that he did not die? And he even returned to the Realm Heart, Great Land. So many unique materials are acquired, and the quantity is huge too. Southern Cloud King looked at the list on the scroll. Many of the materials are related to death. With such a huge quantity, what exactly are they used for? Southern Cloud King felt his heart palpitating. No choice. That time when Undying Underworld Emperor shook the entire Realm Heart Great Land, his reputation was at its peak. He was even faintly the strongest expert in Realm Heart Great Land at that time. Naturally, Emperor Summer was not as strong as he was now. That time, Emperor Summer was comparable to Emperor Tsang and Ancestor Fan. In the past, Undying Underworld Emperor single-handedly fought against many other unparalleled existences, causing chaos in the Realm Heart Great Land. That was before the First War of the Ancient Nations. That time he was that unbridled. Now that a long time has passed, his strength is unfathomable. How could he remain low profile? Southern Cloud King shook his head. Previously, he even hoped that Undying Underworld Emperor would die in the Broken Teeth mountain range. It's a pity that Undying Underworld Emperor had already returned from the Broken Teeth mountain range. He even threw a list to him, asking him to collect these materials. Southern Cloud King felt bitter in his heart. Now that he was tied onto this huge ship, unless he was prepared to violate the oath, or to incur the wrath of Undying Underworld Emperor, he could only listen obediently. But if Undying Underworld Emperor were to create another huge wave, Undying Underworld Emperor would naturally be able to deal with all dangers with his frightening strength. Nevertheless, the entire Southern Cloud Nation might be implicated. How frustrating! Southern Cloud King felt sullen. What kind of proud person was he? Currently, he could only endure it. And within the Realm Heart God Palace, on the 6th level of the Chaotic Origin Pagoda, the white-robed young man, Dongbua Shui-ing, was currently seated cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was currently cultivating